There we go. Well, I've done it now. I have pushed the button. It took me several hours. Don't even worry about it. No, I did it. Yeah, River, I did it. Welcome, say hi. Jonerous first. New month and all. I've got to add a new slide. Verdant, Watto, and welcome, friends. Thank you for bearing with me. Hello, hello. Come on in, friends. Come on in. Oh. And you know, Jonerous, as someone who's been probably looking back at the scores, someone who's been picked to the post many, many times, June was yours. Cold Ankles, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Just quickly making a new sheet. There we go. So, Raven, Cold Ankles.
Thusly do I declare the wave of noise to begin.
That's a nice one, brother! Or, nice. Depending on your reference. Hello, hello. Yeah, no, Kathy, that is officially the first 69. I had grand intentions.
Neither.
Nice. I had grand intentions to set up some special alerts for Nice. Real life had other ideas, so I'm going to have to improvise. Nice. Dustin Watto, and welcome. J-Post, hello, hello. And Jonerous, you know what I mean. Like, as I've said many times, I try and take all of your lovely selves into account when picking what games we're going to play and what things we're going to get into. And the reason I apologise is that most of you have either been binging the DLC for Elden Ring or probably sick to the back nines of seeing other people play it. So tonight will probably be pretty quiet. I'm hoping to get myself on an even keel today, and then tomorrow we can begin a proper. So what I'm basically thinking is we swap out tomorrow's Elden Ring for today, and tomorrow I can show you some gloriously weird indie stuff. So yeah. Plus, okay, this is going to be a quiet week. It is Summer Games Done Quick. It is the peak of what I would call, like, the streaming quiet season, and again, like, I don't have anything off the chain for you all this week so far. So, I'm just trying not to beat myself up too much, but I'm here, and the fact that I'm here means that I am doing better. So, make yourself a cup of tea, cup of coffee, blood of your enemies. I'm going to bust out the emotional support giant sword, and let's roll. Huh, that's kind of fascinating. Kathleen was saying it's a quiet time for museums. That makes sense. Well, actually, I would have thought that summertime would be super busy for museums, but no, that's interesting. It's so weird because I spent so much of my life working in video games, and video games is exactly the opposite of everybody else, where summer is the fucking dead zone. I mean, unless you're, you know, crunching for E3 demos or Summer Games Fest demos, because, like, if you're in a big production, you don't launch a game during the summer, because it'll just disappear. Indie teams are slightly more different, but, yeah. Shit, August 15th is when I Am Your Beast drops. Yeah, we're going to be there moment one. Because once the true speedrunners get a hold of I Am Your Beast, yeah, I think I don't think we're going to be in the scoreboards on that one. But for a brief moment, though, it was quite nice sending Xalavir little screenshots of our runs and him being like, what the fuck? Then the real lunatics got a hold of it, and stuff changed. Huh. Well, caffeine, see? We're all learning. You know, it's still weird that video games, despite being digital products, are still, you know, they still have their own, like, crop rotation about them, you know what I mean? I always think that's fascinating. Yeah, Jonorus, I agree. They've actually changed how I Am Your Beast plays now, because just only by a smidgen, because the people who managed to achieve negative scores. Deus, how in the hot fuck are you doing? Deus, I got it. I need to put together a secret cabal, but I think I have it. I have our carboys. I got it. I'll give you the pitch. I won't ask you to commit to anything. And I know you're doing like a whole bunch of stuff all at once, and also I hope that, I pray life starts to ease up, but maybe we can finally finish up the Blackout Club video and stuff. But I got it. I got the carboys. Judica, Watto, and welcome. Oldeus, only if you come drinking with me when I suggest it to you. Otherwise, I think you'll be fine. And to those of you wondering what the hell I'm talking about, I'm not going to tell you! I'm scheming! Anyway, friends, Watto and welcome. I'm going to do my best to keep apologies to a minimum, because obviously I intended to get started at 2 PM, and it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Suffice it to say, brain spiders have been particularly bad over the last few days, and it's been a challenge. That's also why we're playing Elden Ring today, because I needed a comfort game of sorts. And I know it seems weird, but it's just, I kind of live and breathe the FromSoft combat system. And even though I wouldn't be so arrogant as to describe Elden Ring as cozy or as comfy like that, it's a really good world that I know, we all know, and it's one that gives us space to talk about stuff, because I don't know if you all saw the People Make Games video today, but it was fucking brilliant. Yeah, Kaolu, that's something I can offer you as well. That's something I can offer you. And we're going to need to look after each other a lot over these coming months. But yeah, Dustin, we actually have to fucking hang out next month. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be way cool. Though we'll probably end up hanging out. I'll try and think how we can time. Yeah, you know what? That's a next month problem. But I actually know a lot of homies that are going to the Beach Glass convention / festival that you're going to. So, like, I had no idea it was a thing. The only kind of events I've been to Seattle-wise have been like PAX, Dead Baby Downhill, and Ket did take me to the chocolate convention one time, which was fascinating. I know, and Jonorus, I completely understand. Like I said, this happens every year, right? This is the most fucking dead week in streaming of the year. And that's fine. Like, I'm happy if it's just like 5 of us hanging out and having a good time, And Deus, I don't know when Dead Baby Downhill is, but I will Google it because I have all of information. Okay, looks like I'll have to actually look into it proper, but let's no worry. Hookshot, Watto and welcome. Hookshot, I do need to apologise. I have been in brain spider hell for the last few days. I have not finished up the character, and I'm hoping to get to them either tonight or tomorrow. If I've missed the deadline on it, all I can do is apologise, friend. But either way, thank you for bearing with me. Working. Oh. Anyway. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, you're right, Jonas. We'll probably be doing the DLC command a lot today, but that's fine. I think you lot already know, but we're fucking weeks away from being able to get into the Elden Ring DLC. But I was very, very kindly gifted it, so you don't have to worry about spotting me for that, friends. Also, even with all of the mid-year bills dropping, I'm not as fucked as I've been in previous summers financially, which is a very weird feeling to have. Like, I'm not going to be able to buy a car or have health insurance, but I'm not panicking about making rent, which is a weird feeling for a July. Though a few friendos who I hang out with always laugh at me, because every year at the same time I have the same panic. The Longship is dead, Longship is dying, no one wants to hang out here, no one wants me around. I've ruined it all, I should have been... Happens every fucking year. So. Indeed, Dustin, indeed. But what I will say is, before we get started, one, obviously, I put it in Videodrome, did I? No, I am a bad friend. Oh, I think it might have got in Game News, but I'm going to put it in Videodrome as well so it doesn't get lost. Yeah, People Made Games put up an incredible little video today. And okay, it's not incredible in the sense of, like, underground reporting you would never have thought of. It's just a really good... It's just a really good talk on the subject of unionization in video games and why it's so important. Boosh. Just in case it got missed in... yeah, because the Game News channel does move a little bit quicker. And I'll plop it here as well. And... yeah, again, I think it's stuff that we all agree with. But it's just Chris Bratt saying very, very clearly, like, if you, the people who make video games, are living on a knife edge, whilst the people at the investment level are kind of like buying up entire studios and then going, oh no, it's too much work having all these studios and laying people off, like, that's not... Those people at the top aren't your co-workers, they're a ruling class. And might be time to seize the means of production. And I kind of said it on Twitter earlier today, but, like, obviously collective bargaining is very, very easy to say when you are not directly involved, right? When you don't have to put your job on the line. But on the flip side, imagine if every studio owned by Microsoft just downed tools in response to Tango Works being let go. Like, how long do you think Microsoft would allow Minecraft to be offline before they started bringing people to the table, you know? And yeah, Jamami, it's weird that just a video talking about unions in a sane and human way is new. Hello, baby boy. Don't you and your pausies. But, you know, I do understand that the smaller studios that we're seeing that are having to let people go aren't doing it because they're trying to appease some great overlords. You know, sadly, the really, really interesting African mythology, like Prince of Persia meets Ikaruga game. Shit, what was it called? Like Zao? Please forgive my pronunciations. I don't mean any insult by it. Z-A-U. But sadly, you know, they've had to lay off about 15 or so people, and they've been very honest about it. It's like the game didn't sell good enough. Zao, yes. I'm not sure what the pronunciation is, and my dyslexic ass struggles.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
19 is a distinctly boring number. Bizarre for mediocrity.
Well, see, Legend, and this is why you need to keep fuckers like me around. Because, Legend, 19, is it a boring number? I mean, that's a question of perspective. If we're talking
Reactor
about
online.
Lego pieces,
Sensors online.
that's pretty
Weapons
boring.
online.
If we're
All
talking about
systems
shots of tequila, it's a very interesting number.
What hope? Silly number for levity.
My word! Meowkity Sakura? Could it be? Is that the sex number? Fuck. Sorry. Couldn't keep a straight face. Legend, Meowkity Sakura. And again, J-Post and Capping, like, thank you all. And again, nice. 69, lol, is also the maximum amount of subs one could have here, so it's gonna be a whimsical month. Yeah, no, this month is gonna be a thing. I don't...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Nice.
Said, nice one, brother. Nice one. Nice. I was going to make a special alert for the 69th month. Due to brain spiders, you might have noticed that didn't happen, but it also might have been a blessing. Also, guys. No, but seriously, Kestrel, Meowkity Sakura, and Legend and everybody, thank you. And I also love that Doctor Who meme, because it's like... It's a great way of contextualizing things.
I heard Quiet Week earlier.
J-Post, fucking thank you. And I didn't say that to challenge you all. I'm not fishing for bits or anything. It's every year, July, specifically the same week as Summer Games Done Quick, is the quietest month for the Longship. And every year I panic because, you know, I'm still human despite it all. So, thank you. Jamami says we'll just have to make one for the 169th month. Nothing would make me happier, Jamami. Nothing would make me happier. Oh, as an aside to an aside, did you all see fucking Real Human did a faux trophy for the Gaytona in general in Discord, and it's incredible. Hang on, I'll just bring it up on screen. Like, look at that. Like, that's going in the folder. That's going in the folder. And I have to admit, friends, like, the Gaytona was fucking glorious.
What ho, Vikings?
And Lyris, what ho and welcome. Apparently we're doing a train as well. Okay. First train of the month. All aboard! Down. It is the first 69 train, but possibly not the last. No, seriously, all of you, fucking thank you. Alright? Like, when I said this week was gonna be quiet, it didn't, but like I said, I wasn't trying to... Thank you.
This train is en route to squish brain spiders on the rails.
Damn right. I mean, honestly, friends, the fact that I'm sitting here streaming for you all is a sign that I am doing better, you know? So, thank you. Oh. Anyway, I hope you all have been having a wonderful weekend since last week.
You simply meant that this is the week to kick your feet up and breathe.
See, that's what a sane brain should do, right? But human brains be done weird, yo. However, what it does mean is that we can work out what games you all want to see this week together. I might do some more mainstreamy stuff Mainly because Fred got me thinking about Resident Evil, and I realised that we haven't done Resident Evil The Village. Because there's a big tall vampire lady that we have not spent time with. I mean, what? And the Dice Goddess, what? Oh, and welcome! Verdant Flow, I've heard tale, but I've not encountered it. And Sam, how the fuck are you doing? What? Oh, and welcome! Okay, I will say, it's like, I didn't realise how much knowledge I had about both Resident Evil and Metal Gear Solid until the few times where someone has mentioned something and I've just been like, oh, well, you mean blah, 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 blah. Shout out to Nightbot doing its job. Wrecked by turrets.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I've been trying my hardest to come up with a Peter Pan joke, but unsurprisingly it has never landed.
Ah! Alright, puns, that is fucking top tier. Oh. No, seriously, puns, thank you. And 66 months, you just got 3 more to catch us up. Well, so Dustin, here's the problem. I binged King of the Bridge, so I've done all of it. Like, I've got all the endings. So, I'm still be recommending that other people play King of the Bridge. In fact, I even, like, put a message on the fucking Steam forums being like, please make more of this. But it's one of those games where you really need someone to go in with as little information as possible. Oh yeah, no, Lyris. Also, like, Sage Bell's been doing a playthrough of Signalis as well. Like, I was going to stream that, and then it exploded in popularity, so I don't feel the need to jump on it like I do with other games that need our support. But... And Sagara, it's less like info dumping moments, and more like realising I have this hidden library of Alexandria when it comes to knowledge of Resident Evil, both its development and also of the narrative. You know, it's one of those things that because it's slowly built up over time, I didn't realise I had insane amounts of knowledge of Resident Evil. And I was a bit more aware of Metal Gear, but, you know, back when there were very few meta-narrative games, you know, Metal Gear was one that all little, like, game design wannabes would obsess over.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Yeah.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
69 train sub.
There we go. And Vern Flow, seriously, thank you for 16 months. Now, Dice Goddess, Noita is still one of my obsessions, even though I'm not good at it, but because it does this incredible thing where it gives you a very, very simple premise, and just kidding, it's full of secrets. Like... Jamami says, can you give us a Resident Evil development fact? I mean, the obvious one is that the splinter of the Resident Evil development was what eventually led to Devil May Cry. That's why Devil May Cry 1 has fixed camera angles, but an action-based sequence. I mean, that's the obvious one. George Romero, like king of the modern zombie film, or granddad of the modern zombie film, actually directed the commercials for Resident Evil 2, and was slated to make the first Resident Evil movie before it got trapped in development hell. Like, they were such fans of his work, as you can tell with Resident Evil 2 the game, that they actually got a dialogue going, which is fucking great. So there you go. There's a couple of good facts. Yeah, Legend. If you know, you know. And you know me, I love a simple premise in a game. You know, climb the tower, get to the bottom, defeat the king, what have you. Because when users have a simple idea, you can expand out around it in ways that delight and amaze. And Noita is probably the uncrowned ruler of that concept. It's kind of like if while playing The Binding of Isaac, you could go out of the story and just play as the dad looking after his kid, you know what I mean? Oh. But yeah, game news has been thankfully nothing too bombastic. Which I'm glad for. You know, there's been a couple of little things, but I don't think anything that surprises anybody. Interestingly, Palia, the multiplayer farmer map, got bought by Daybreak. Well, the studio behind it, Singularity 6, got bought by Daybreak, joining them with their staple of EverQuest, PlanetSide, and now them. People seem shocked and surprised that Nintendo are suing people who put out emulations and mods for the Switch.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Fucking what? I shouldn't be surprised that Farts McGee is a real account on Twitch, but here we are. No, seriously, all of you, thank you. Like, kicking off the day with a train. That's a very big deal to me, so thank you. So, Immortal N, pick up Noita. I'll say no more about it. Like, what's incredibly fun about it is it's the pixel physics simulation of those old, like, little play-around games. But as a battle wizard. But what I will say is that Noita goes hard in a way that very few games can, and I love it. And yeah, Jackie, thank you for the sub. I'm sure Farts McGee will be overjoyed. Yeah, aside from that, I haven't seen anything really bouncing across our feeds.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Nice.
Nice! Endo, how are you doing, friend? What? Oh, and welcome! Hello, hello. No, seriously, Hindle, like, and all of you, thank you. Like, for as much as we'll be making jokes about the sex number, like, that's still an inordinate amount of time to be backing up my dumbass. Really appreciate it. Like, I'm sorry that's a thing I bang on about every day, but especially in this, the year of, you know, the fucking chaos, I'm acutely aware of how lucky I am. I want to keep saying thank you, right? So, you're gonna have to put up with it. You can either have me saying thank you lots or being sad. Can't have both. So, oh, actually, so Hindle, we actually haven't started swinging the therapy sword. Thought I'd have a little natter with your lovely selves, because kinda... I haven't successfully made a plan for this week. Like, as I said, brain spiders have been real bad the last few days, but I'm here. Well, Jackie, that is up to your good selves. That is up to your good selves. But I expect nothing. Like I said, this is traditionally the quietest week in the year, so... Okay, so initially I was going to play Arctic Eggs for you all. Now, Arctic Eggs is, I think, an indie game that I've talked about, and I know you've probably seen. The TLDR is, in a world where eggs are illegal, you use your frying skills to try and buy and barter your way out of Alaska, where you've been stranded. The mechanics of it is very simple. You literally have a little frying pan that you wobble around and try and flip some eggs on. But the rest of it is fascinating. Now, the other games I've been kind of eyeballing, but I might want to save for a point where more people can jump on, is obviously, was it Larry Isle and Laser Eyes? Where's my list? I think that might be one that we should do as a group later. Verdant Flow. No. How about no? Jackie asks because I'm getting that Habbo Hotel tattoo. If it wasn't for the old Something Awful forums thing, and the associations, I would consider it, because that would be very funny. Unfortunately, after the whole pools closed incident, I don't want to have to explain to people that it's not a horrible joke, I promise. It was just a bit. But okay, so let's go through this week, and let's go through like some of the choices and stuff we have. Now, I was genuinely considering doing Duck Detective this week. Mainly because that game is fucking cute. Now, everybody has either played it or is aware of it, right? And I think at this point, we wouldn't be doing anybody a disservice. But considering its puzzle system is similar to things like the Golden Idol, stuff like that, like, I feel like it's one we need to play. And plus, you know, it's a hard-boiled detective trying to work out who ate the sandwich in the company break room. I was thinking about doing that on either Wednesday or Thursday. Because here's the thing, for those of us in the US, Thursday is Independence Day, which means explosions, scared dogs, and a weird amount of America. I think this year, for a lot of people around here, it's going to hit a little hollow. So I'm trying to think of something whimsical, you know? I had considered doing a day of really obnoxiously British things. Honestly, I think wholesome might be the way to fucking go, you know? I mean, Kowloon, hells yes. To quote John Oliver, those of you in the UK, it's coming up on your Independence Day, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so we'll do Duck Detective on Thursday. Oh, and if you've never gone through this, like, usually this is what I do on, like, a Monday. Like, I try and plan out the week to fit how I feel the week's gonna go as best I can. We're gonna do Sea of Thieves on Friday, but I've been talking to the pirates about starting to rotate what we're doing on Fridays. So, in the future, we may be doing, like, 1 week on, 1 week off when it comes to Sea of Thieves, or just varying what we do as a squad. I really want to keep playing games with Ems and Kyle and Nessa and Fiona and Nick and Deus and Jimmy and everybody. Like, I think that's a good way to spend a Friday night, but I think that we need to consider that Sea of Thieves might be... it's not sunsetting, right? Because the new season is coming with a gigantic super pirate ship that you can pledge your allegiance to, where you have like a crew of skeletons and stuff. It'll be awesome. But also, like, you must have noticed, like, the amount of content that's been going into Sea of Thieves has been slowly decreasing. And that exploit on Friday, like... So, if you didn't see Friday's stream, I didn't even upload it in the end. Because it was... like, the dogs were going... The dogs chose Friday to be Chaos Merchants. And we ended up bumping up against these crews in Sea of Thieves that are using, like, sadly a known exploit, but nonetheless, like, we were just getting one-shotted in every, like, crossing of sabers. And it meant that the emergent stuff wasn't fun. It wasn't fun to watch. It certainly wasn't fun to play. Because, like, you've seen us. We don't mind losing. But this was just unfun. And, like, maybe it was just a bad night. Maybe things are fine. But I think as the host of all of this, you know, as the meaty megaphone, the flag waver of the Longship, you know, I've got to consider what it's like for you lot watching and what it's like for all of our lovely guests that join us on a Friday. I don't see us getting rid of Sea of Thieves altogether. I love that game too much. And I think there's still a beautiful heart to it. But there does seem to be a much, much wider gap between the sweaty tryhards and the everyone
Reactor
else.
online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
2 years, 2 bells.
2 years, 2 bells! Ding ding! But no, so just something to bear in mind as we're moving forward. We have so many great multiplayer games that we can play on Fridays. And, you know, I still want to try on bringing on interesting guests for you lot to meet and talk to, and, you know, add in some good, fun, fucking chaos. And yeah, I mean, genres, there are some games that we could play, some games you could play every day for a million years and still be fine. And it, honestly, until it hit, like I said, we definitely had a bad time on Friday. And again, shout out to Deus and specifically shout out to Sage Bell for carrying the fucking torch. I was so ready to be done with life after that Friday. Let me tell you. And Sage was just like a little shining beacon of positivity on those high seas. So yeah. But also, there are so many interesting titles dropping faster and faster. Like one of them, I'm not saying that it is a thing I want to do, but I know it's a thing that would amuse you all greatly. And I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and do it, lest it happen anyway. What is
Reactor
it?
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho? Nice.
I said nice one, brother. Nice. I don't know where I was going with that. If you haven't seen the film Human Traffic, the nice one, brother might be rather lost, but I assure you, it's a very good and clever reference. And if you knew it, you'd think I was very cool, smart, and funny. Navalos, thank you. And Lance, thank you as well. Seriously. Thank you. So there is a game called Murky Divers, which is Lethal Company meets Iron Lung. And look, I understand it is mimetic nonsense BS, but there's also an interesting title that dropped recently called Chained Together. Now, it is peak YouTubian fodder. However, it's a 3D platformer that uses kind of the Fred and Bread concept, but as a way to fall out with your nearest and dearest, physically, in some regards. And I can be a little snobbish when it comes to picking games. I know this. You know, I try and bring you all games that you wouldn't see elsewhere, you know, because we're all fucking busy people, right? Like, that's what I try and do, but I have noticed that there's a few titles that I haven't been getting into for that same reason. And if I keep doing that, that's going to end up with me having a big old blind spot in my knowledge. So, yeah. So that just means that we have Wednesday and Saturday to fill. Now, Wednesday we could just do indie goodness, so we could do Arctic Eggs tomorrow. I just have to resist the urge of doing 2 days in a row on Elden Ring, because this may shock you, I really like Elden Ring. Like, I understand I probably should have asked you to sit down before giving you that information. And Lance, no one wants to do Marbles on a Monday. Marbles is a party event. Marbles is like Friday nights and Saturdays, you know what I'm saying? I mean, would you all forgive me if we did 2 days of Elden Ring? And Jackie, for a while, Caffeine was running a Stellaris match on Sundays. Well, Marlborough breath, for God. Well, thank you, friends. If I'm being preemptively forgiven...
Wait, fame from soft lover Willemius Elizabeth Mothra over godlike Elden Ring? I don't buy it.
Again, numbers, I should have warned you before I said it. Like, I should have made sure everyone was sitting down. But no. I'm sorry if this is how you find out, but yes, I absolutely love the FromSoft catalog. No, I'm sorry this is how you had to find out, numbers. I'm so sorry. Thank you. And yeah, no, Judica, it's not like we're going to run out of Elden Ring anytime soon. Plus, we're so far away from the DLC. Okay. So, Thank you for indulging me. So that just leaves Saturday. Now, I'll be adding it to the schedule proper later tonight, but it's looking like the next Memnull will be on the 13th. Saturday the 13th. I mean, the only thing that's stopping your Saturdays from being sexy Saturdays is up here. So I'm in several moods as to what we should aim for this Saturday. We could do another craft along. We haven't done those in a few weeks. I don't have a big multiplayer game for us to play together that I haven't organised. You know what I mean? Like, and if we were going to do the Snareway to Sneven, like, that's probably going to be this month. So Jackie, Sven co-op's kind of on the back burner until we can get like reliable hosting. Like all the services that I used to use that would have done Sven co-op hosting just don't do it anymore. And my go-to one doesn't respond to my emails anymore. So I guess they're running on like fumes. And Lance, I did see the new snail buffs for crawling in a group. So Jackie, it was fine. There was definitely, obviously because of where you're located in the world, that was the big challenge. And numbers, the song behind this one is, I couldn't tell you which version, but it is a mix of Rainbow Road from Mario Kart. But I don't know which one it is as the base, or if there is really a difference. You know what I mean? I mean, again, it's... Sorry, where are my manners? It is good old Game Shops, DJ Cutman's label, and DJ Cutman is good people, so... Don't chew your pauses. So I am considering like another Gundam build-along, but... I have to admit defeat on the full armor Gundam. Like, I'm gonna need to put this in its box and put it away for a bit, because, so, both this and the Psycho Zaku have these little sheets that are supposed to go over the arms, because in the anime, they have basically thermal covers to protect the joints from, like, deep space stuff. I'm like, alright, that makes sense. When you're building the model, they have the same thing, but it's this super thin, crinkly plastic. And I started putting it together, and I was like, I really fucking hate this. You know what? I'm just going to try and build it without. And it's so integral to the design of this little kit that now I just have tiny Gundam Maraca, because none of the pieces fit, because they're supposed to have these shitey plastic all wedged up in there. And I don't know, maybe I could keep going with it and just ignore that, but I spent an evening putting both the arms together, and by the end of it, I just felt defeated. I felt sad. Like I'd finished them, but in my choice to not do the thing that I hate doing, it was worse. So, yeah. I either need to, like, put it to one side and admit that that's not what I'm doing, or just, you know, or come up with a way to make it so the parts fit. I do have some green stuff and things like that. Yeah, sleeveless Gundam is just too cool for space. But seriously, if you haven't done those sleeves, they're a fucking nightmare. They're so easy to puncture. And they don't look good. They are not fun. And so whilst building it, I was like, you know what, fuck it, no, this is my Gundam. If I don't want to put that shit on, I'm not going to put that shit on. But I severely underestimated how much it was integral to the stability. So, but yeah, so we could do some, you know, some craft alongs on Saturday if you fancy it. And so, like, Hindle, I do like the idea of doing Barotrauma and returning to some of those fun games. It's just the logistics of organising everybody. Like, it's an undertaking. It's a special occasion. And I do think, especially when it comes to Barotrauma and the Ilk, that's kind of a good winter game. You know, when we're all stuck indoors, we want to get silly with it. Number says, this weekend is supposed to be the hottest of all year. Fuck. Well, I guess we'll be testing our air conditioning. Like, honestly, friends, like, it's one of the reasons why I'm kind of tempted to stay in this place, even if it's a little expensive for me. Like, for just me by myself, because the aircon is really good. Maybe that's how I'll do next year. I'll stay here and I'll just be a little broke bitch hermit. Invite people around and stuff. But again, like, if anybody has any suggestions for, like, things we can get into proper for, you know, for group games and stuff like that, I'm always happy to hear it. Just understand that I'll always tell you honestly if I think something is a good streaming game or the logistics of it. You know? And Squarepeg, Watto and welcome. Also, I need to stop being so cocky about No Grey November next year, because it turns out there's model kits I'd forgotten to unpack since I moved in here, and I found like 3 more of like the complicated little high grades. Verdon says, I'm guessing you're not going to be streaming Four Swords Adventure for the GameCube. Well, I've been told that the Switch version can just be played, like, online co-op, which is a huge game changer. You know, Four Swords used to be the... Cheeky heel. You also cast Mix Up the Pint Glass. Okay, sorry, if you've never heard of it, so Zelda and the Four Swords was possibly one of the most expensive video games of all time when you take into consideration all the pieces, right? Because it was a GameCube game that required...
Reactor online.
Leroy Jenkins! Thank you, I needed that.
Leroy Jenkins.
There's no way the Welsh guy was going to put in the same amount of oomph. And Lyrish, thank you for the pint glass. Clank, thank you for 68 months. Be 69 next month. But yeah, it was like the holy grail of expensive as fuck games back on the Cube era, because you had to have Four Swords the game, 4 Game Boy Advance Link leads, and 4 Game Boy Advance. And that is much easier said than done. However, I was informed that during Summer Games Fest, during the Nintendo announced that they just put it up. Oh yeah, numbers. Yeah, and you also had to have 3 friends who would all be able to come around at the same time. Now, if you didn't have all of those friends, as long as you had the pieces, you could just control one of the little Zeldas and just be sad about it. Jamami, I've never seen 4 link cables together. So yeah, it was very much like the out-of-the-box Super Megazord of peripherals. Like, for those of you that grew up during the OG Pokemon days, like, you remember how fucking magical it was that even one person had a Game Boy Link lead for trading. Now imagine trying to find 4 of those at once. Well, so Huffers, if I remember rightly, the single player was Minish Cap, right? So, like, you had to play 4 swords with 4 people, and there was another game on the cartridge you could play, if I remember rightly. Kesha was old enough to buy their own. Hinder was the one with the linked lead. Good times, good times. But yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I love those old, little nuggets of retro collectability. But again, Four Swords has always been kind of like the haunting spectre. Because if you've got the money to play it and the people, whew. Now, my mate Saunders had the, what was it? Pokemon Stadium with the little, like, lock-in card reader, which was great, except for the fact that we fucking fell out about it, because he said I was allowed to use my Pokemon, so I did, and I crushed him, and he didn't talk to me for, like, 2 weeks. Just give me the default Pokemons, alright? See, I never had the link cable, friends. I got Pokemon, weirdly blue, not red, because it dropped in the US before it dropped in the UK, and I was out visiting family at the time in, like, Fort Wayne, Indiana. So I managed to turn on the Charm Offensive and wrangle a new Game Boy game. And, like, I'd played RPGs and stuff before, but, like, it's one of those times where every now and then in gaming, we take one concept and we twist it ever so slightly until it just clicks perfectly. And Pokemon was that. Like, because it's just a JRPG, but instead of you controlling a character, it's your character has a bunch of cute animals that you train. Like, when you think about it mechanically, Pokemon is so simple as an evolution from, like, the Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest style. But it just hit perfect. And yeah. Niflin, that makes a whole bunch of sense. I just got it because I thought Blastoise looked more like a cool monster. And I initially was like, Charizard, it's just a dragon. This is a war turtle with cannons. You know, I didn't know I was going to be a fire trainer for life. I didn't know I was going to be a Tepig fanatic. Life comes at you fast. Children are stupid. Anyway, sorry. I do love those old, like, physical lock-in style retro titles, and I don't know. I do think that the more care we put into preserving them, and as preserving the experience as best we can, you know. The irony was, like, Four Swords having more accessibility is definitely going to increase the amount of people that can play it. And whether or not that changes the experience is going to be an interesting discussion. But I'm all for making it more accessible, you know? So Navalis, the Tepig counter hasn't changed. So it's still 870 odd, I think. Oh, do you want me? Totodile was fucking rad. Like, no doubt. No doubt. And Cyndaquil, also awesome. And like Eevee, fuck yeah. Something that's a creature that's both adorable and a sense of self-expression. Let's fucking go. Aperios, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. I mean, ultimately, if there was one, like, ridiculous, like, retro physical setup I could get, you know as well as I do, it's going to be Steel Battalion, right? But, you know, my goal is still, as I've said, try and pick an Xbox, try and pick up some of the really seminal 360 games that didn't get a port or couldn't be ported. Like, that's still my main goal as to things after this, but like, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is that if we remember the emotional experience of playing like OG Pokemon, for those of us that did get to do things like Phantasy Star Online and stuff like that, trying to evoke that feeling in modern games, I think is incredibly powerful, because you're not bringing through nostalgia in the sense of a copy, you're bringing through... I'm trying to think how to phrase it. It's like you're trying to copy a statue, but you're not trying to copy it in its original janky form. You're trying to copy it in the version in your mind. You're trying to copy the beautiful marble sculpture, not the janky ass plaster of Paris thing that you saw. And you're trying to evoke not what it was, but how it made you feel. And I genuinely think that's a good way to start. I got playing Grapple Dog. And I think most of you are aware of this one. It wasn't too obscure. Actually, okay, only 2 of you have played it. Alright, so this is Grapple Dog. And it is fucking brilliant. Now, I haven't had the chance to spend much time with it. Do not let its cutie patootie art style fool you, alright? It is pulling heavily from so many great, like 2D classic games, but it isn't just merely seeking to emulate, right? What it is trying to do is evoke the full-on nostalgia feeling of the game, and in that regard, it does such a good job. You know, it's not just, what if we made Bionic Commando more indie? No, Immortal End, that's what's so fascinating. It looks very Nintendo coded, but it comes from a place of genuinely understanding what made those classic Nintendo games so good, and then bringing it forward. And like, I got to spend, like an hour with it, and I was in awe of how gloriously simplistic it was. You know, it had the same care and attention that Shovel Knight has for its inspirations. And it has brilliant self-referential writing. You know, it also reminded me that we haven't finished Cave Story, which honestly, I don't know if I could go from 0 to trying to beat the hell ending again. That was a weird time. Like, shame on me for not finishing that. Shame on me. Anyway, I bring it up because 1, Steam sale, but 2, like, we're in such a glorious place, at least in terms of what users want from video games. Not for how corporate shitheads are treating video games, but what people actually want. That you can make these, like, carefully curated, retro-coded, brilliant titles, you know? And here's the thing, Zoperios, it's not a Metroidvania. It's stage by stage, it's level by level, and it knows that. Is that a weird thing to say? You know how you encounter some games where you can tell they started off saying, we're going to make a Metroidvania, and then what? Even though the game went in a different direction, they kept that concept? Shauna says if you're going to try do Cave Story, drop it to easy and do it in one setting. Well, I thought for the hell ending, it doesn't matter the difficulty. Sorry, TLDR, Cave Story, brilliant game, absolutely worth playing. It is a beautiful, bittersweet Metroidvania with impeccable gameplay, and a surprisingly heartfelt story. Now, it turns out that in the years since it came out, they actually added a happy ending to the game, a way to have everybody live happily ever after, and it is fucking impossibly difficult. It's referred to as the hell ending because you got to go through hell to get it. And whoever that was, thank you. I haven't even checked the Humble store. If they're doing a summer sale as well, then okay. Okay, so Vern Flow got Grapple Dog. Fuck yeah. You're going to have a great time with it. And again, friends, if I recommend you any games, I'm really grateful if you do use the Humble link, but ultimately I just want you to have more good games. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sorry. Humble Summer Sale was earlier, okay. I will say this particular Steam sale feels like it is ridiculous in terms of what I have picked up, and I've not spent much money at all. So Chorner says Humble Monthly this month includes access to the DC Comics subscription app. Thoughts? Have any of you had the chance to use that? I have read things so infrequently. You know, the last comic I finished was Die, and that was the physical version. That's Kieran Gillen's What If D&D but Jumanji. It's very good. But also, I'm a huge fan of Kieran Gillen's work, so Wicked and Divine video game when? Please, thank you. Actually, what we need is an HBO show of that quality for the Wicked and the Divine. But that's just me. But yeah, Chorus, I've not had the chance to use any of the comic reading apps. I know some people got the Shonen Jump one, and that's how they've been keeping up to date with manga and stuff like that. And, I mean, hell's yes. I haven't had the hours to try them. You know, I got myself the dumbest fucking idle game that I have been playing on my phone to keep me sane, and it's fine. Oh wow, I'm picking up some cool stuff. Who's that? Well, whoever that is, thank you. God, friends, I am just nattering about everything and nothing. So Chonos has been using the Shonen Jump app, but at this point anything reading is the wholesome Psych House. That sounds so happy and so wholesome. HSR has added a waifu that's Kamen Rider Fire Kicks. HSR? Oh, Straw Train. Sorry, all of my journo friends have been losing their heckin' minds over Zenless Zone. Oh, way cool. Hey, Navalis. Hells yeah. Thank you. Honkai Star Rail, that's it. Yeah, all my journo friends have been losing their minds over Zenless Zone. And it'll be interesting to see how it does. Ultimately, the Mabage... I have good Mabage. I just needed something that was mindless, and I have found that. Yes, not to be confused with Wuthering Waves, which is the not Genshin game. Actually, let's see what's in the Summer Games Done Quick bundle. It's not great. It's fine. The Summer Games Done Quick Humble Bundle is fine. And that is all I will say on it. Okay, so back to the schedule. So, thank you all for letting me basically binge Elden Ring for a couple of days. I really, really fucking appreciate it. We're going to bust out the emotional support sword. And we can talk about unionization of the games industry. We can talk about what you all have been watching. We can talk about whatever. It's one of the things that I do enjoy about Elden Ring is the pacing is so good. Hey! Rapper Teacher Hero, legend! Megaran, how the fuck are you doing, friend? I was just thinking about you the other day. Okay. I can't imagine any of you are unaware of Megaran, but just in case. Megaran is one of the original, how did you phrase it? The Mount Rushmore of nerdcore. An exceptional musician and a bona fide wrestling enjoyer. Please, please, please follow him on here. If you've all got time, I'll tell you my Megaran stories because they're fucking brilliant. But yeah, please, 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 if you're not following Megaran, change it. Ran, STD, hang on, I'm trying to grab the tweet. Front and, not MC Chris, the enthusiastic guy. God darn it. MC Lars. So they're doing a digi-gig on the 4th of July. So we'll probably... I'll probably plug in that one. There we go. So that is the next digi-gig that Ran is doing. I highly, highly, highly recommend it. Alright? Anyway, so those of you that came over from Ran's lot, whatto and welcome. My name's Will. I'm a games industry survivor / streamer for hire. How are you all doing? Ran, how was your stream? How you been? Back during lockdown, I was super lucky and I got to steal Megaran a few times to do, what was it? Not Polaris. Was it Polaris? Pulsar, the Lost Colony. So it was me, Fiona, and Ran flying a fucking battle cruiser through the stars and getting into trouble. It was a good time. We went to a casino. It got messy. Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't mean to yell at you as soon as you brought a raid in. To those of you who have just joined us, if you are sticking around, we're going to be playing some Elden Ring. I know, shocking. Shocking, a person streaming Elden Ring on twitch.television. But I am months away from being able to start the DLC, so it's just going to be a natter, a run around, cause some trouble up on the plateau, see where life takes us. Probably going to be talking a lot about, current games industry flavoured nonsense or Gundams. And Ran, I don't know if you're still chilling and illing, but they did announce they're going to be doing more G Gundam. I believe it's going to be like a standalone movie or a little side story. The reason I bring this up is that for those who don't know, G Gundam is wrestling with giant robots as a form of government selection. It is possibly one of the best Gundam shows, and they're going to be doing some more. Now, okay, yes, there are some painful stereotypes, and it is not perfect by any means, but it is played so dead straight, so deadpan, despite being utterly ridiculous. Yeah, Shadows of Life, I shit you not, more G Gundam is coming. And Adric, big same. I don't know Lars as well as I've been lucky enough to know some of the other musicians in that lineup, but, the couple of times I've met Lars, he's been fucking cool. So yeah. Reminds me of when someone says don't meet your heroes, just get better heroes, Anyway. Be getting into some big sword action in just a second. So alright, so why don't we say this Saturday should be a craft along, right? Because it's going to be stupid warm, none of us want to be rushing around and being silly buggers. Good way to stay hydrated. We can paint some minis, we can build some Gundams, we can do whatever. Hookshot said, "It's too late. Already met Will. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." All right, so let's do a craft along on Saturday, and if possible, I'll try and sneak in some extra stuff in the maybe some YouTubian stuff in the evenings or what have you. Because the thing I was saying earlier about blind spots with popular titles, I've kind of been avoiding a few of the YouTube fodder that has been very popular, especially in the horror scene. And I think there's a few bangers in that space that I really need to try. Predominantly the Exit 8 and Kinko Pet. Oh, sorry, Kinito Pet. Or Kinito Pet, however it's said. I think both of those are games that I should really get stuck into at some point. Bacon is at 995 for the Super Skeleton Melee Dab. Alright, well, Calcium Bonio, you be fucking ready, mate. Kestrel says, how about content warning? So content warning, I got myself and Sage to pick up, but we've not had a chance to eke out some time to do it. That's one of the things I'll probably put in for the Sea of Thieves Fridays if we start rotating. Because I think content warning is a very, very good example of content as reward, which is not something we've really discussed. I mean, it's not something the fucking industry has discussed. Okay, so Saturday's gonna be a craft-along. And okay, so what do I mean by content as reward? You'll remember Super Meat Boy, right? How you would take on this impossible high skill ceiling platformer, and at the end of the level, it would show you every single iteration of your little Meat Boys attempting it. That's brilliant. With content warning, if you haven't seen it, it's very, very similar to, the more popular kind of Lethal Company and things like that. But instead of being, deep space salvagers, you're wannabe horror YouTubers. So your goal is to get footage of these spooky fucking cryptids and these spooky fucking places and get out. Whoever has the best video wins. Also, if your characters die in the process, you can find their cameras. But... oh shit, Quasi! Sorry, let me just finish up that thought before... So with content warning, when you finish the level, you're rewarded with this little YouTube video that if you want to, I believe you can export or record. And that's brilliant. Alright? Passepartout exports your images. Umurangi Generation gives you this just utterly gorgeous collection of photos from your playthrough. I think that we have seriously overlooked the value of giving users something that is theirs at the end. If I had to add one feature to Sea of Thieves, it would definitely be the ability to pose for a group photo, all dressed up, or on your ship or what have you. The idea that at the end of an evening, you could just go to a photo booth as you're signing out and have everybody do their pose and their shot. Because it's really fucking hard to do. Now, Quasi was saying for the next 3 nights they've got the place to themselves, so they're having the bachelor staycation. Have you decided what you're going to do? Because, this is the time to watch shite movies and, make models while sitting in your pants. Apparently watch a numpty. Alright, well, I shall do my very best to be your accoutrement, your weird bachelor radio.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Ahem, nice.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, the thank you was to Legend. The nice, also to the Artsy Poe. And nice. Seriously, no. Thank you for 69 months. Lol. Sorry, I need a better way of saying thank you. Thank you. I couldn't think of a clever one. And so Legend, yep, I got my Cosmic Crowbar shirt on. Though this isn't my staff one, this is just my regular one. We haven't, we haven't had much.
Snipe.
And the Yaldom is yours! Having unseated the previous ruler, what will you do? What will you do with this newfound power? Oh, actually, it might be okay. Bear with me just a second, friends. Let me put some poolside tunes on. I'm just going to let the internet know that we're live and we're going to be talking games industry stuff, and we're about to jump into a DLC-rich setup. So Mortland says, Shutter Stroll is on itch. It's a really good photography game. Yes. I am aware of Shutter Stroll, and I really do like those. I mean, you know I love a good fucking photography game. I don't know what it is about it. I've never had the same pull to be a photographer in real life, but I don't know. I enjoy taking photos that aren't good by photography standards. I still remember somebody yelling at me about not using the rule of threes when doing screenshots. And I was like, but I like weird janky angles. Also, friends, for those of you that are using the Steam beta as I do, oh boy, it is driving me up the wall right now. So they added a feature where just through Steam you can have it record clips of your gameplay. Great, right? Nope. While I'm sure that feature is fucking cool and awesome, for me, I can't get to where the screenshots are anymore. You used to be able to just go to your screenshot and you'd right click and be like, show me on disk. Can't do that anymore. And it turns out, right? It turns out those screenshots are surprisingly well hidden in your whole ass like system. What you can do is you can manually save them one by one, but then I'm like, but I already have it. So, sorry, at this point I'm just bitching. I'm just having a little whinge. But it's a tiny change that has made my life a lot more difficult than it used to be. You know what, Artie Poe, you're right. Rules are meant to be broken. Oh yeah, so forgive me for the tippity-tappity. You're right, Vernon, it's the rule of thirds, not the rule of threes. The rule of threes is comedy. That's probably why I'm unfunny and my photography is shit. Will, what's with these fucked up jokes? I'm using the rule of thirds. So every third part of the stage is a fucking joke. Look, I find me funny, and that's all I do. Oh. But no, I do think that content as reward is something that doesn't get discussed enough and is really powerful. Because you know what keeps coming back on my feed year in, year out? XCOM 2. And I genuinely think that is because of the customizable characters and because of the propaganda posters, or counter-propaganda. If you've not played XCOM 2, specifically like War of the Chosen, basically, if you finish a mission, you can have all the heroes pose, and then that can be used with a bunch of different like backdrops and stuff as propaganda that your team will put out into the world as a counter to all the propaganda being made by Advent. If one of your characters dies, you can have them basically have like a little special martyr poster. Like, it's so cool. And it's a really, really nice way of rewarding, essentially, failure. You know, you probably didn't want to lose your best sniper or what have you. But now that you've lost them, you can turn them into an informational tool to win the war. And you get a fucking cool poster to go with it. And again, if your characters are named after people who have volunteered that you know, don't name people that you haven't asked because it can get really creepy. But like, if your whole XCOM team is made up of people you know, like, it gives it some real flavour. Now, before you say, yes, I am still sad about what happened to the famous, be sad about that for a while. No, we don't know what happened to Ket. Yes, I might have fucked up when it came to, I think it was Hindle and Moose. Nivalis, Ket doesn't have a poster, because I don't know if it does them for MIAs. God, I'm sure there's a mod now that lets you save kidnapped people. Yeah, and I'm still sorry about that, Hindle. What happened was I put Hindle and Moose stacked up in a great position, forgetting that I had put them next to a car and the car was on fire. So they had just enough time to go, beans, before the car exploded and obliterated them both. Hindle kept a lot of people alive. I didn't return the favour. Lyris, that was XCOM 2, specifically with War of the Chosen. I will say, friends, knowing... Hang on. XCOM 2. Let's have a look at how much it costs right now. Okay, friends. I don't know if this is because I own other things, but right now, to buy XCOM 2 plus XCOM 2 War of the Chosen is under $10. Like, I'm serious, it is under $10. Like, there's the reinforcement pack, which you don't need, and the tactical legacy pack, which you don't need. Like, honestly, just XCOM 2 plus War of the Chosen is one of the best strategy game experiences I've had. Well, so Air Dragon, the reason why they do those super deep discounts is because there tends to be an uptick of DLC purchasing after a bunch of users have already bought the game. So the idea is you get people in with... So it's the philosophy that at this point during a game's lifespan, it's unlikely that someone would spend $60 to buy XCOM 2 because they've already made that purchasing decision in their head. And they have decided that, I like this, but not $60 like this. So you go, hey, pick it up for $3. And they're like, fucking, yo, what a discount. They play it. Predominantly, people just pick up the base game during a sale. They play it and go, oh, I fucking love this. And then down the road, they're like, all right, you know what? I'll buy War of the Chosen. War of the Chosen, while it is only $2.80 right now, would otherwise be $40. So that basically, you take a hit on the main game and you sell DLC later. That's the setup. Immortal End, I'm not here to help you make good choices. Right? We've established this. You do not come to me if your goal is to drink less, sleep more, and play less video games. Alright? I am a bad influence. You know, I don't have a Steam Deck, so I can't do that. Yeah, I do still have XCOM. I don't have it installed on this rig, so the previous run through, I mean, which we did finish. But no, seriously, I do think that the secret sauce that has people talking about XCOM 2 now, and not so much about other similar products, is that, like, content as reward. See, you either have to win a match, or win a level super hard, or you have to lose a character that means something to you, and you are rewarded with these cool posters. And by the end of the game, you basically have like a propaganda window of things that have happened. You have like a narrative output. You know, Loris, and you're gonna have a fucking great time with it. But I do recommend getting it and War of the Chosen at the same time, because it's still, you know, a big old game, and the War of the Chosen adds some much needed spice. Okay, so XCOM is basically a board game overworld with turn-based tactics battles. Much like previous games, the early fights are very, very tricky, and you have this tipping point where you'll have a team together that kicks ass. And that's where you kind of really in delving into the story and the experience, and like things can still happen. I do recommend Iron Man mode, even on easier difficulties. That way you don't get bogged down with trying to get through the same mission multiple times. But what War of the Chosen does is later on in the game, at the point where you'd usually be invincible, it adds just enough challenge to keep you on your toes and not bored during that last endgame slog. Because unfortunately, especially with XCOM 1, it suffers from the 4X problem, which is early game, high action, high octane, even though it's turn-based. Mid-game, war. Late game, clearing up after their house party. Like, most Civilization matches are, man, I had such a great time fighting through all of this. Oh well, time to clean up the house after the house party. Total War kind of has that problem, which is why they added Realm Divide, which is a very polarizing feature, to say the least. You know what, let's not talk about Realm Divide. That feature has consumed more of my life energy than I care to admit. Oh, actually, that is my other recommendation. I do agree with the Artsy Poe. Go Iron Man, but get the mod that turns off turn timers. Because the turn timers is fine, but again, what I found happened was I just ended up playing and replaying the same maps. So I was actually playing less game, but just battling the timer. There are still some challenge levels where you have to do it under a speed, but I don't know. That's what I enjoyed anyway. Okay. Alright, I'm all set up and ready to do some monitors. And Shadows, I did enjoy Chimera Squad, and I think it was a little too long. I do think that Tactical Breach Wizards is going to add the extra spice Chimera Squad needed. But then again, I haven't had the chance to play, whatchamacallit, oh, fuck sticks. XCOM X-Men. Midnight Suns, that's it. So, I do feel like Midnight Suns was a nigh-on impossible challenge, but people really seem to have enjoyed it. Oh yeah, no, Lyris, Tactical Breach Wizards is going to slap, and it's Tom Francis, and, you know, he already made his money, so he's just making games how he wants to make them, and I really respect that. You know, it's the dream I hope for all of my indie friendos. Anyway, Let's get that emotional support sword going, shall we? You'll probably have to say this to peeps, but if anybody asks, no, we're not doing the DLC. We are ages away from it, and obviously, friends, feel free to talk about Elden Ring. Don't spoil any big story beats, but again, feel free to talk about mechanics, environments, and elements like that. But yeah, this will be a DLC-free spoiler zone. So if anybody's being cheeky buggers, they'll be put in the naughty step. Pachow. Right, let's get this party going. Yeah. But again, I was gifted the DLC, so you know, I'm super lucky. Immortal End, big spoiler. People will be sad and you will die. Fuck. Oh yeah, the thing we were talking about earlier on today, you know, I was saying about how, like, I always forget that I have near encyclopedic knowledge of... okay. I have near encyclopedic knowledge of, like, Resident Evil and Metal Gear Solid. If we're talking about, like, Will's hyper-focuses, you know, the, Will's on his bullshit again, it's definitely got to be Bloodborne, the TV show. I didn't even realise I got crazy eyes talking about it. I think I was talking to Fiona about it and just saying, because over the weekend there was an interview with... Oh, I can't believe you've done this. There we go. There was an interview with good old George R.R. Martin on the subject of a whole bunch of things. And he did like a Lady Doth Protest Too Much, saying that there is no Elden Ring TV show. Nothing is planned, not at all. Nope, no way, not even thought about it, not even considered it as an idea. Elden Ring the TV show? No, no, no. And so that's got everybody talking. And I'm just like, I wouldn't kick it out of bed, but I still think Bloodborne would make a far better TV show. Because you just do the lead up to the fall. New features, items obtained. Lovely. Oh, this was my fancy kit from when I got married.
Stop that incessant clicking.
I hate that that account exists. I hate it. Ooh. Tiny little dumplings. Thank you. I've got some tiny little dumplings. And Elden Ring. How's that for a slice of fried gold? Oh yeah, no, so Judica, I did see about that. And Hindle, Metal Gear. I think Mass Effect is safe to a certain extent because at least it's got a certain amount of choose your own adventure to it. It's more Bioshock because again, I know there's one friendo who's been doing a lot of lurking here that hasn't played through Bioshock and hasn't had it spoilt for them. So I'm doing my best to not make that happen. Thank you, Judica. This was our fancy getting married outfit. But I do want to put on my big stinky robe. There we go. I will say now that it's just light, medium, and heavy load, being able to have a little bit more freedom for the fashion souls is real good. So I've decided to, now that we're a respectable married individual, we need to have fancier boots and fancier gloves. However, we need to keep our dag robe. And Hindle, I'm looking forward to it. But again, please don't tell me stuff about DLC. We are months away from getting to that point. You know what I mean? Okay. But yeah, so friends, like, the difference between like a... what did someone call it? Like a bear trap topic. You know, one of those topics that if you get talking on it, you're unstoppable. And mine is definitely Bloodborne, the TV show, and how I do it. I kind of have to check myself. Because when it comes to talking about things like... oh yeah, we had to go back up here, didn't we? Because there was something else around here that I hadn't explored. What was that doing this way? Because that's where we fought the dragon. We had the Moonfolk ruins. So I guess it's these two bits here. Okay. Sorry. So like with Metal Gear, I can kind of ease off the throttle if I realise I'm getting crazy pants about it. Same with Resident Evil. But my knowledge on those two series is bordering on frightening. Because the thing that Fred said in Discord yesterday that got my little mind whirring was how... It's interesting how Resident Evil has managed to survive this long, where other franchises haven't. And I'm like, I think they were one of the few studios that took the right lessons away from the AAA rush. So, like, you remember back when, like, Gears of War and the 360 era Halo games were, like, the big bombastic ones. Naughty Dog was making $1 squillion off of, we have Indiana Jones at home. Large amounts of, large companies in the industry rush to try and do the same thing. With Resident Evil, after the success of 4 and the... Okay, 5 is always a complicated one because there's a lot to discuss about it, but Resident Evil 5 made bank. That's the important one. It made bank. Resident Evil 6 tried to be the big AAA experience that Capcom thought we wanted. Really didn't. And it was bad. 6 is a bad game. No. It's an inherent misunderstanding of what makes Resident Evil good across all spheres. It fails at the rule of cool, it fails at the spooky horror, it fails at the action, it feels disjointed and unimportant. However, the interesting thing was that Capcom took a lesson away from that, which wasn't fuck the devs and fuck the fans. They actually went, oh man, we made a misstep. What can we do? And what they did is they let dogs lie, they prototyped a lot of ideas, and they made Resident Evil 7, which is a new school horror game. Alright. So, Chaunerist, 5 was the dedicated co-op original. 6 continued it, but in a way that didn't work. You know, with it being all, like, set pieces and ridiculousness. Resident Evil 7 looked to, at the time, I should say, new school. In that it looked to games like Amnesia and Gone Home and all these weird, quirky titles that had really started bubbling up since, like, the YouTuber explosion. And Resident Evil 7 is fucking good. Now, 8 is one I do want to play with all of you because it takes that same idea and turns a lot of the elements up to 11, but it feels like it landed, you know? Yes, Resident Evil 5 was the game set in Africa that ends with boulder punching. And yeah, it's so silly and so dumb, but it lives for that rule of cool. it is po-faced cheese the whole way. Whereas with 6, they tried to do this edgy, real grimdarky sort of thing. So you didn't get to have fun. There was no, like, Leon backflipping over a chainsaw with a tramp stamp tattoo. Which, I understand the tramp stamp is a mod, but in my head, always canon. Anyway. It's just, when we're looking now at how companies are treating their studios, that when they don't have a major, super bombastic win, these publishers basically take it out on the studio. Like, you notice we haven't gotten another Mass Effect game since Andromeda. Even though Andromeda was shoved out way too early, the team was forced to use the Frostbite engine because everybody else was using it. Like, the reason why Mass Effect Andromeda was a disaster is not the studio's fault. But the studio had to pay the price for it, you know what I mean? Ah, piss bins. Hey, buddy. I need you to do your magic shit now. There we go. Oh, you nasty! Oh, you nasty! Come on. Oh, fuck! No, actually don't! Actually don't, come on! Alright. First death of the night! Gonna need the dogs. Oh yeah, so again, friends. Resident Evil is one of my obsessions. Like, they made a scary fucking Game Boy game. Well, okay, they made an intense Game Boy game with Gaiden that actually took the idea of, like, turn-based combat as horror and made it work. It's not the scariest Resident Evil, but you feel that fucking tension. Artie Poe, abso-fucking-lutely, that is how Leon got his tramp stamp. Like, I wouldn't say that Leon's a bro's bro, but I can see him trying to fit in. And I do like the fact that, oh yeah, this fucking guy's immune to stinky breath attack, isn't he? Okay, not immune, he just dodges. It's time to use anime bullshit! He's gonna be a pukey pukerson. Where'd you go? Damn, that's an ugly baby. Hadouken! Yeah! That's how we get it done. Spirit puppies and anime bullshit. Okay, so now we're just gonna see if there's a... Try healing. Now see if we can find a... There we go. Gotta find that good downstairs. Oh, we don't need to equip the dragon wound. A moose, I can definitely see... Here's the thing, like, Leon went through police training and then special forces training, special service training, and definitely didn't fit in those worlds, so he got it on a bet. I'm just saying that none of us would be surprised to see Leon at Pride in a little, like, mesh crop top. Just saying. Anyway, jumping back. I just find it so fascinating that, like, Resident Evil is/was one of Capcom's big owners. They made a huge, expensive AAA misstep, and they didn't take it out on the dev team. Right? Like I said today, we talk about games unions and shit like that, and I think this is a really good example of, you know, you can run a big studio like this without running everybody into the fucking ground. You know, I'm going to try not to put any piss on Boyle, but again, I'm going to be mad about Hi-Fi Rush for a while because it was a critical and financial success. It did everything it needed to do, and Microsoft still fucking threw it out. Redfall was a disaster. But it was a disaster because Microsoft weren't looking after it, they weren't checking on it, and they still shoved it out all the way. Yep. By disaster, Leon Kennedy. Bless him. I was joking about this with some peeps on TikTok about how Jill... So, like, everybody in Resident Evil 1 and 2 deals with trauma in their own way, right? Chris gets swole. Leon joins the Secret Service. Claire decides to be a fucking super eco-terrorist. She's not great at it, but, you know, she gives it a bloody good go. But Jill is the one that I think basically... After the mansion, Jill has no fear. Like, you know, the beginning of... Like, she knows there's going to be an outbreak in Raccoon City. So what does she do? She bunkers up, buys a fucking machine gun, and waits. Like, I honestly think that she kind of goes like the unhinged Rambo route. Which is why Resident Evil 3 works so well. Ah. And Lance, that's so wild. It is amazing how much smoother game production goes. We're not constantly churning your workforce every product. When everybody's not constantly in fear of the next big round of cuts, or the next, like, being thrown to the wolves. You know? One of these days, friends, we're going to get a tell-all fucking documentary on how EA has treated BioWare over the years. And it's not going to be a happy story. It's going to be a bad story. Well, the way I would put it, Moose, is that I don't think Leon was asked to join the Secret Service. But in the same breath, I think he did it willingly. Do you know what I mean? Does that make a weird kind of sense? He was voluntold, but agreed of his own volition. Do you know what I mean? Cerulean Amber Medallion 2, the sequel. But no, it's just... What's... Ah, beans. Oh. By the power of beans! That guy's fucking dead. Ah, no. Don't puke on me! Don't puke on me! Alright, give me 2 seconds to heal! Damn, that's an ugly baby. Holy shit, the bed! Okay. That's another death on the block. Those guys are no joke. Evil Geek says, I'll still push aggressively for Ace Chris Redfield. I think that one can make a very solid case for Chris being Ace. Because, like... Yeah, no, I think you can make a very solid case for that. Well, Artie Poe was saying that they adore Resident Evil 7 and 8 for going, hey, what instead of competent soldiers, we put a suburban dad into this nonsense? And, alright, without spoiling stuff, like, Ethan Winters has a lot of problems. But you're right. Recontextualizing Resident Evil, not by rebooting it, but by re-examining it. See, I've played Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2. I've played so many of the side stories. And yeah, they are fun. But when you examine the same concept with the same characters, you kind of need like an escalation of threat. That's just the nature of both action and horror, right? But recontextualizing it, like, when you think about the family in 7, most of those would be tricky, but would be somebody that, like, Claire or Chris or Jill will just fucking handle, right? Sorry, just laughing because Judica was pointing out that, yeah, in both Elden Ring and Sea of Thieves, I have to say repeatedly, don't puke on me. I have to request it and occasionally scream it. Yes, but we're not going to talk about why Ethan Winters has a surprisingly detachable hand. We'll get back to that. But my point is, with Resident Evil 7, we recontextualize it from the viewpoint of a regular person. And suddenly, like, a single monster is fucking terrifying, right? Suddenly, that shit becomes a whole lot scarier. And it's a great way to reevaluate, because it's like, we talked about this when we were talking about things like Rogue One, right? Now, I hate to bring up Star Wars because I know it sometimes brings out the worst in people, but I think it's important for this context because Rogue One was a great example of showing you a world of heroes and larger-than-life characters from the perspective of just regular fucking people, right? I honestly think that's why it works so well. Fuck you guys. You know, I will forever be in awe of that one scene where Darth Vader fights regular people, and those regular people have the worst time. Ah, don't puke on me! Ha-ha! That's why I bring the dags. Sorry. Because, like, the early trilogy, you know, it's old school sci-fi. And it's had, obviously, a huge impact on media and art and fucking everything. But when you actually look at it, you know, Vader is a hokey reimagining of a full samurai armor with, like, sci-fi plastic. You know, but shown Vader from the perspective of just some regular fucking guy, holy shit. He's basically like a, you know, a xenomorph with a lightsaber. Archie Pope, big agree. And I think using Ethan Winters for 7 was a great way to get people to re-examine Resident Evil in the same manner. I knew you were there. Now, the reason I bring this up is because, like, you know, we're expecting a lot of weird and different franchises, and I hope they all their new inclinations slap. Like, I don't want BioWare to be completely absorbed, right? I think that the current Dragon Age will sell good. In terms of its content, in terms of how it does, I don't know. But if I had to guess, I'd say that with the newest Dragon Age game, we're looking at more of a, I don't know, more of a Lando than we are a Rogue One, you know what I'm saying? So, like, if we had to reevaluate Mass Effect, if we had to come back at it with fresh concept, fresh eyes, you know, coming at the galaxy that Shepard left behind as just a regular fucking person, not a member of N7. Because, like, let's not forget, at the beginning of Mass Effect, you are the newest, like, super special forces. Oh, my dogs are gone. I'm sorry, Bear. I can't risk it for a biscuit. But yeah, when Mass Effect begins, you've just been given the rank of N7, right? From that point onwards, you are the international super police, right? And, hey, I love Mass Effect. This is not a diss on it. But, like, you have the best people on the best ship. You know, yeah, sure, everybody's, like, a little bit flawed. It's not, like, a full-on cast of perfect characters. But you know what I mean, right? And I feel like with Mass Effect Andromeda, they just tried to do same but palette swap, right? They tried to give us similar characters, just different. Like, similar setup, just different. But yeah, Lance, entirely great. The intro to Mass Effect is the committee arguing about your promotion. Because, you know, fucking humans. Okay. What's this over here? Okay, let's go exploring. So Air Dragon says, the important question is how much of BioWare is still BioWare? Is there anything left to save? That's a hard question. Now, there may still be some, like, behind-the-scenes holdouts. We may still get to see some people who haven't been, you know, cannibalized by EA's bullshit. Ultimately, those stories do still exist, and it is not impossible for a new team to take on an IP they weren't directly involved with and make it good. You know? Fucking Alien Isolation, right? Doing Alien better than fucking Alien. Ow. Damn it! Fucking wizards! Ow! Wizards! Fucking hate wizards! Fucking nerds! Good wizards. The leftover budgets that the Burger Kings left behind. Sorry. Come back here! Sorry about that. But it's... Like, Air Dragon, I do think that the best chance they have for producing good stuff and continuing to be themselves, I think it is still, unfortunately, you know, in their current state. So many of the core people from the original BioWare teams have been spread across the industry, and sadly not all of them have had great success. You know, there was a time when you couldn't really swing a cat for the announcement of ex-BioWare team opens studio. And shit, some of those teams didn't even survive long enough to actually put their game out into the world. So yeah. I mean, Poe, I would say that I would put a Mass Effect Andromeda on the same level as, like, Metal Gear Survive in terms of given an unreasonable expectation by a studio. Is that another fucking dragon? With my dragon slaying nuts! Is that more than one fucking dragon? Alright. Let's get Torrent out and inspect. And Real Human, what and welcome. Quick 3/4 side view of your character. Alright. That's all good. I have put several screenshots out and about. As my glowing hand. Can do like a little... I got a little bit of gore on me, but yeah. That's my style. I don't know. I mean, Moose, you're not wrong. This might be naive hope at this point. And I'm not saying this to pick on Dragon Age specifically or Mass Effect. It's just, if you look at how Resident Evil as a franchise has been treated versus how, you know, arguably larger franchises have been treated. I mean, I'm not going to bring every point back to unionize, but with EA's super aggressive scheduling, if the Andromeda team, when they were told you're going to have to use the Frostbite engine, had just downed tools and gone no, like, how? At what point would EA have actually opened up a dialogue rather than dictate from above? You know what I mean? Oh yeah, Angel Galena. What's the point in playing a game like this if you can't dress for fun, right? Oh, there are a lot of dragons here. There are a lot of dragons here. Mate, I need you to run right now. Ow! I'm in so much trouble. Oh, that poor fucking goat! That poor fucking goat. Oh, dick move, dude. I had you. Alright, alright. Time that one! Oh, he got me with the 1-2. Oh, man, that poor goat. That wasn't a fair fight. Okay. Fuck am I? Oh damn. Got a bit of a ride to get my stuff back.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh!
Nice. 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 Nice.
I feel like there should have been a beat behind that. Baron Watto would welcome! Also, nice. That is the full complement. 69. Nice. But with a full backup of tier 3. I was trying to think of a clever, wanky way to say thank you. Thank you. Alright. I managed to defeat the brain spiders well enough as to be here. How are you, friend? We're dragon slaying. We're kind of fighting the smaller version of the massive dragon we fought up here. Well, okay, there's multiples of them. You haven't seen what I fight. It's like a fucking nest of magic dragons. We were also talking about... Well, we were talking a little bit about Mass Effect, a little bit about Dragon Age. Basically, the difference between how EA has treated BioWare over the years and how Capcom has treated their in-house teams working on Resident Evil. Like, I genuinely feel that Capcom has done a really, really good job in nurturing the teams behind Resident Evil and allowing them... Hadouken! Yeah. See, it's because they're smart dragons. Smart dragons don't like madness. Icy hot. Oh, fuck. Okay, so anyway, how are you doing? Just a little bit worried about him making buddies with his other dragon friends. Because, like, fighting one of these fuckers is hard enough. Oh yeah, no, Bacon. I know what I'm about. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! He is pissed. Dragon testicles, don't mind if I do. Yeah, Lance, it's so weird. I don't know why the dragon would be mad at me. Steve Irwin of dragons. Although, Steve Irwin would be a dragon rider, not a dragon hunter. Okay. Oh, actually, Baron, that is a very good reminder to everybody. So if you are in the Seattle or Greater Seattle region, it is going to get fucking hot this week. Time to set up your ACs, tinfoil your windows if need be to reflect the heat out. And if you do have an AC unit, make sure that like the filters are all clear and shit. That way you don't have to. Do I want to help me kill these last two dragons? Like, I got one. I feel I've slain one dragon by myself. I think asking for help now is fine, right? using friendship now is fine, right? Yes, PBS, good one. Put some bottles of water in the freezer. The frozen towel, frozen t-shirt trick, I think is also pretty valid. You know. Cool, blimey, Sheila's a little feisty. That's the nearest spot. Okay, yeah, the nearest spot is the village of Albonetics. We'll do some dragon slaying together, friends. It's fine. It's emotional support sword plus friends. Look, I completely understand that when it comes to What's-Her-Face, the solo of Let Me Solo Her, I'm going to have to earn my own stripes that day, and that's fine, you know. Yes, don't guzzle ice water, you will pass out, etc., etc. Like, I know you're all smart cookies, and I keep going past the... Go past it. Okay. Bacon says they're threatening around 110 Saturday down my area. Fuck. Oh! Sorry. I'm in the wrong place. So we want the moonlit altar. The place I was trying to get to was like set like a half a mile underground. Okay. So if you'd like to join me for some dragon slaying while we're having a natter, we'll change the password. Oh, whoa. Dragon D, as in Dragon D's nuts. And the group password is still Longship, so again, if you're playing a bunch of Elden Ring and you want to leave messages for the rest of the squad, there you go. So Dragon D, all lowercase. As in Dragon D's nuts. And we are by... the Moonlight Altar. But yeah, I like, and friends, I'm not telling you all this stuff about like staying cool over the next few days because I know. I didn't know until I moved out this way, and honestly, like, especially back in London, London used to be miserable when it got hot because there's no through air. None of the houses are equipped to deal with heat. Like, I wouldn't wish a fucking London summer on any of you. Seattle's a little bit similar, not as bad per se, but a lot of these houses are not designed to deal with high heat. And it's like we have to walk the puppies early in the day and late at night, because otherwise, like, the sidewalk gets too hot for their little feeties. And yes, Judica, I think everybody who's pet owners is pretty much ready to go for for the 4th of July. Evergoal. Then, friendship. Did I do the Evergoal around here? Oh, that's probably what's down this way past the dragons. Cool. Yeah. Oh, Lance, it's kind of like the flip side is like when Texas shuts down because of snow, because the infrastructure is just not designed to handle it. Sign is down. Okay. Be here any minute. And again, I think I have space for 2 friendos to come help me dragon hunt. So if anybody else would like to come join. Sometimes it does take a sec to pop up. Yeah, okay, Lance, but that's just that Seattle as a city continues to function in snow. It's just that no one knows how to drive in it, and then it creates the Queen Anne Sedan Slam, which will continue to be one of my favourite events throughout the year. The only thing that I'm going to miss is our last place. The entrance was on a hill, and we could watch people just slide off into silliness. Anyway, I'm a cold weather creature, so this time of year always kicks my ass. But we are super, super lucky with this being a new build. Like, the AC here is good. There have been a few times, like the last couple of days, where if I'm just hanging out in the living room, I've gone and gotten a hoodie. Then I've gone to take the dogs out, and it's been like sweating buckets within a few minutes. Okay. So yeah, multiplayer password, Dragon D. Group password, Longship. I need to nullify the finger and then... There we go, see if that helps. I know people are saying it's a Tuesday, which can add a little bit of trickiness, but... Oh yeah, no, Arsipo and Fiona showed me how to make a really decent, like, budget swamp cooler. So, like, bucket, water, ice, fan. Especially one of those little box fans. Oh, so Neo Shadow, no, it's entirely fine. So the passwording is in multiplayer. Bring up this section, and then over in settings, hit Y, and you can set the multiplayer password and the group password. The group password is just for showing who else is...
Why do I have to pay taxes for fireworks when I'm supposed to celebrating not paying taxes?
Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. I don't think that's the thread of conversation any of us wants to go down tonight. But thank you very much for the 500. How are you doing? We're talking about staying cool in Seattle. We're going to be... No, Akira Zero. It's entirely fine. It's just... We all need a fucking break from real-world bollocks right now. So we're hunting dragons, and we're talking about the weather. Well, actually, no. So we've also been talking about how large publishers maintain their, like, flagship IPs, and how when we look at Resident Evil as a franchise, it's actually been really well maintained. And if you think about it, like, comparable to a lot of the things that EA has done, like, Capcom's actually made it make sense. We haven't really talked about fighting games because they're a different beast, but, you know, shout out to, like, the Monster Hunter team, who were, like, the little engine that could. The Mobage, well, not really Mobage, but the mobile title. It should be next to the Grace. Hindle, do you have cross-region on in settings? But anyway, yeah, so Akira Zero coming in. We've also been talking a lot about unionization today and stuff like that. With People Make Games put out a really, really good video today, which was a talk that Chris Bratt gave, talking very, very directly about how we need to unionize. If people in large game studios need to unionize, that the whole deal with Microsoft buying up shitloads of studios and then being like, oopsie doodle, and laying off a fuckload of people was not okay. Like, they were the ones that spent the money. They went out of their way to make those acquisitions and then treat those peeps like garbage. You know? Oh, Akira Zero, that sounds like a great way to spend a weekend. Obviously, it's Summer Games Done Quick right now, along with what is traditionally the quietest week in streaming. So, I'm amazed. We have 55 people hanging out. I just want you to know, friends, I expected there to be maybe 20 of you tops. So, I did watch some of the Balatro speedrun last night, and it was interesting. I always find it fascinating how people speedrunning games like Balatro and Slay the Spire and stuff, it's always about reduction of the random rather than, like, secret broken skips. And Lance, I completely understand, like, before I started streaming for a living, this would be, like, my week's watching. But what can I say, friends? The guinea pigs are slave drivers. They need salad. Nug's gotta eat. And Lyris, thank you for topping off the pint glass. So Hindle, it is Tuesday, which in the past, because it's usually like Steam update day, there have been some technical problems. So maybe I just have to fucking put on my big dragon slaying pants and slay these dragons. Salad for the salad gods. Okay, so they've worked out. Because as you know, friends, when we moved into this place, we downsized. We used to be like a, well, 2-bed, extra room, and 2 bath. Now we're basically 1 bedroom, this little box room, and then the living room, which is nice. But the flat is significantly smaller, which has been fine, except for those little furry fucks, those little adorable fucking potatoes have realised that if they start screaming at 3 o'clock in the morning, I will just feed them to shut them up. Because I don't want waking Fiona and the dogs up. I don't want to have to deal with that on my conscience. Cleona is holding me fucking hostage at night. So I just prepare for night salad now. So I give them less salad during the day, but more throughout. Yeah, they're smart little potatoes. It's like, I know you lot know, but whenever I talk to people outside of our circles and I'm like, oh, we have dinner. Hey!
What ho?
Also, nice. House Order represent. And aside from, nice. Thank you for all of that at a tier 2. Fucking legend. Yeah, well, Artsy Poe, you're not wrong. I was the one that trained them to squeak in response to Hoppa Choppa 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 Cha, which they do. The problem is they have now realised they have power. Oh yeah, Vanderbeest. That was a pretty good snipage. What will you do with your raid? Fred, I worry. Like, I legitimately worry that if I was to put on any kind of, like, actual pomp and circus, they would realise that they can have me do that and just, again, hold me to ransom. But the thing I was saying to people from kind of outside our spheres is that the guinea pigs, I hadn't had guinea pigs before Fiona got them, and I didn't realise that basically when you get a guinea pig as a pet, you get all the personality of a large animal in a small animal. I had no idea, and yeah, I should be able to summon you despite level. I've got. Let me just make sure I've got crossplay on. Yeah, so I've got region crossplay. Enable summoning signs. We're online. The password is Dragon D, as in Dragon D's nuts. And the group password is Longship, but the group password shouldn't matter, right? I mean, Hindle, it gives me an excuse to chat and hang out with everybody before I get my arse handed to me by more dragons. So, like, I'm in no rush. And if any of you would like to join me for some dragon hunting, you're more than welcome. Aww. Sorry, Lyra is saying I love Cleo. She's the favourite. She is such a cuddle potato. And I definitely... If I do decide to get more nuggets in the future, I'll probably go for like more like Abyssinians because they're so cuddly. Atticus is a happy little nug. I was kind of worried that when Perun passed away, he'd get sad being on his own. He's just fucking happy to be here. Anya is still the sassiest little nug. And she'll still kick me if she doesn't want attention. She will kick me. Like, that is a sickly nugget who should not have lived more than 6 months, who's now been living for years. This is a sickly nugget kicking what is essentially a fucking kaiju to them. I love it. Oh wait, so Hindle. I'm at Moonlit Altar. I'm not at the village of Alberetics, which I didn't realise is super below where I'm at now. I'm at the Moonlit Altar, or Moonlight Altar, sorry. Huh. Hindle, I've got no clue, because I've got Earn Tree. It's not like I'm in a different version. Sorry, I'm just move this over here. Yeah, I've got Shadow of the Earn Tree. Like, and again, we're not going to be getting to the DLC for some time. But, like, it shouldn't be like version incompatibility. I guess I gotta step up, put on my dragon hunting pants, and hunt some dragons. It's just Artsy Pro, the mental image of it makes me laugh, because it's basically like walking up to Godzilla and fucking kicking him because you want a coffee. And then when Godzilla tries to pet you, you kick him again. It's like, no pets. I want my cuppa. Because when you think about the technological and size difference between me and a fucking guinea pig, like, I'm basically Super Kaiju. Well, Hindle, thank you for booting up all the same. Sorry we couldn't get that. I mean, maybe it's this region, or, like, maybe it's because I just got, like, in-game married. I'm married. I do find it interesting how madness attacks are incredibly effective on magic dragons, as if they're like high intellect creatures, you know? Oh shit! Fred, I actually haven't tried Stinky Breath on these dragons. I wonder if it works. Ooh, grapple stone. Oh, my dragon slaying nuts. Put your sign over a rock near the dragon. Alright, I can usually hear it when it gets dropped. And multiplayer is currently active. I can hear it having a big snore. lovely. Okay, can we see Hindle's side? And Hindle, you're also on PC, right? Like, it's not, and I'm not saying it because I think you're a stupid, but more just, you know, making sure we've ticked off all the obvious problems. You know, my old tech support brain kind of kicking in. I figured, because Hindle, I'm sure you and I have played together in this. Anyway, I guess I gotta stop being a weenie, fight this dragon. I do wonder if he has immunity to rot breath or not. I mean, it could be I can't summon here because of the story beats. That would make a weird sense. Stinky breather! Okay, it took hold. Once again, I don't think that goat's coming back. Mate, knock yourself out! He's got the bad rot, so... we could just have a little Skegness holiday here. The thing I'm worried about is his mate. Yeah, I got that unintentional Steve-Owen thing going on. Now he's really pieced. Cool, blimey, he's a big one. Fuck. Sorry, dear. Brother! I think he's toast. I think he's toast. That's two. Stinky breath! Oh, Altipo, to be continued, and I did mean what I said. I am going to blab at you about some emotes and stuff for Longship. Because it's been long overdue we get some new fanciful goodness. Can I get... because I need to get 2 rounds of Stinky Breath on it. Will I be able to sneak up on this dragon and stank it out? Stinky Breath! That was the smart play. He did the smart thing. I did not. Alright, but I definitely got him. Woo! He is big fucking mad. I'm just watching a health bar that could kill me at any moment. There's no such thing as a cheap win in Dark Souls. Stinky breath is a legitimate strategy. Okay, I might lose that breath battle, you know what I'm saying? The pig. I thought I had him. I heard the slash and I heard like the sound of like a and I was like, oh, I've got it. I didn't. I fluked the pig. Brother, no!
This is literally us watching a fight between Bad Breath and a Mentos commercial.
Wait, though, in that situation, I'm the Stinky Breath, and the dragon's the Mentos? Jesus Christ. More like Mentos, am I right? I said Mentos. Alright. The thing is, once he shakes off Stinky Breath, it's harder to infect him again. But, God, so close to getting him. Stinky Brother! Sorry, he feels the need to yell at me first. My spine. Dragon slaying nuts. Sticky brother! It's like me yelling at him. He kind of seems to keep taking this really personally. And You good down there, buddy? You good? Alright, I'm just gonna wait for you up here. Okay, you made it weird. You made it real weird, dude. Not gonna lie. Oh, Lyris, thank you for topping off the pie glass. Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. It's really fucking cool of you, thank you. Sorry, and I hope that doesn't sound contrite. I try not to get too into the feelings. Beans. Sticky breaths run out. I may be able to get him with lightning or a madness beam from up here, but I think he's out of my purview. Fuck, he is. I don't know how to get down there. Try and piss him off enough to coming up here. No such thing as a cheap win in Dark Souls! Beans. Wow, pots. Is this even gonna hurt him? I don't know. Tiny. It did 1 damage! Might as well put the fucking glowing stones at him. I think the knives have a limited range. Let's find the fuck out. I do have cutlery, Lyris. I'm glad we're all on the same page here. Craft? Yes, I can. Shit! Go! That's 3! Oh my god. I was like, man, that dragon's getting fucking loud down there. I guess I must have pissed him off or something. Turns out, if I'd been a second slower on deciding what pots to make, that would have been it. You're right. I didn't need you, but the company would have been welcome. But my dragon slaying nuts. Now let's see what's down this way. And I guess we need to use those pots against something now, because now I know they're reusable. Okay, before that protracted dragon slaying adventure, what were we up to? I guess, you know, we were doing a lot of yay unions. So. Nani? Why would there be a launcher here? Why does that feel like a really bad idea? Oh, that is an Evergall, so we can go kick some ass. Yeah, assembling the guillotine? I believe so. Don't worry, everybody. I got this. The ringleader's Evergall. Gowl. As we find out, are they immune to stinky breath? Possibly. Oh, he's a dickhead. What the fuck? Oh, you Ringwraith's bell end. Oh, it's on. It wasn't on before. It's on now. Plus, we've got a bunch of souls now invested, so... And legend. Now I know. And knowing is half the battle, G.I. Joe. I might try hitting him with some glintstone breath. Because if he's immune to rotter, it probably means we can get him with the good mint. Okay, I started a little early, it's fine. You know what? He dodged that, and I respect it. As opposed to me, who did not dodge that. Alright. Let's get back to our originally scheduled beating. Yeah! It's fine. We use the ancient technique of 2 fucking hands. Come on. Come on. Oh, someone's taken their fucking shreddies this morning. Yeah, come on. Come on. I got a big sword and nowhere else to fucking be. I beat the Dancer. I basically beat your Dark Soulsian Nan. Oh, you did not! Oh, jammy bastard. You all, my sword almost connected, and she was like, "Nope, got you." Shh. Caffeine, shut up! I'm using psychological warfare. I'm gonna confuse him into thinking I know what I'm doing. Yeah. There is no point though trying to use any fucking magic. Against the fucking baby dancer here. Fucking Tiny Dancer, or Tony Dancer, if that joke means anything to you. Come on. This bugger can fly, though, when they wanna. We should. I just gotta actually be better than them, so this might take a sec.
Cannonball. Tombstone.
So Hurricane from the top rope. Bacon, thank you for the 500. The Jarldom is yours. What will you do with this new fan power? We've had a lot of new Jarls tonight. Well, Jarls changing hands. MDH, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. A good evening. I'm doing some fighting. Honestly, it really does just come down to... I'm gonna try the electrified. Trying to bait him in. I'm doing so hot when you don't have your fucking advantage. He says immediately using his advantage. That's right. Jesus. That move is surprisingly terrifying. Fine, I have God and anime on my side. Come on, do your fucking Hadouken bullshit, mate. There we go! Try and out-anime me? Try and out-anime me? I'll eat you like an Akira VHS tape. Don't think about it. Oh. Feels good. Laris, thank you kindly. Oh, something just fell off the edge. So to kill a demons, Watto and welcome. I am going to be at PAX West. Currently, I am doing the Make a Game in an Hour panel on Saturday night. So we got some prime time spot. Oh. Jellies, does that mean there's a dungeon down this way? Let's go explore. I don't know what the rest of my packs is going to look like right now, but I know I want to see a lot of people. I need to see a lot of people. Obviously, Fiona's doing the poke crawl, and what the fuck? Oh, you dickheads! Time for another two-handed special. What the fuck? I gotta get those souls back. That is too much. That is too much to lose. No, Fred, those guys can eat farts with a spoon. They're literally made out of crystal privilege. Like, those glowing bastards do not serve the people. They are a tool of oppression. So I want my souls back. But yeah, so that's what my packs is looking like so far. Fiona told me when. Fiona also has a panel this PAX, which is about charity fundraising and things like that. So, yeah. It's gonna be a good PAX. So get me fucking souls back. Alright, you wankers, stay here. I got shit to spend. There isn't really anything that could murder us on the way between fighting them, but those crystalline bastards ruined my day the other night, and I'm not going to let them do it again. And they're clearly guarding something awesome. Okay, now let's spend some points. Anyway, so jumping back. So what were we talking about before the Evergoal and the Dragons 3? Oh, we were talking about video game handling and whatnot. I mean, we could talk about PAX, because this PAX is going to be weird. The TLDR is that the main speaker, the opening speaker, sorry, for this PAX is going to be Phil Spencer. And old Philly boy seems to be under the impression that we have all forgotten about all the game studios that he laid off, including some incredibly beloved ones. And I'm going to be it's going to be very curious to see what he thinks. Hang on. Let me just check my my spells.
Sadly, it's bedtime for me. Have a wonderful rest of stream.
I shall. Lyris, just have a wonderful rest of your evening, alright? Obviously, thank you for the bits, but more than that, thank you for your company. Glad we get to hang out loads again. Stay cool, stay hydrated. And yeah, everyone's letting me do a double header of dragon-flavoured nonsense, so we'll get more Elden Ring tomorrow. Okay, so we've got Ice Breath, so we've got Fire, Ice. So we've got Fire, Rotter, Magic, and now Ice. Cool. It's Arcane that powers up the dragon stuff, right? I'm sorry, it's Faith. Oh, I forget. I forget if it's Faith or Arcane that gives you the damage from dragon spells. I mean, our strength is redonkulous, but... And we can boost it, but... Okay, dragon stuff is arcane, so Faith is just being able to do it. Alright, that's cool. Alright, and what at the moment do we have for our... We have temporarily boost strength, boost fire attacks. I'm not really doing fire as much as other things. What I could really use is like a slow magic restore. You know, I think I'm gonna go for just stamina recovery speed, because the only time we really need the wondrous chuggable juice is when we are getting right up in there. And you know what? I don't know if the gentleman behind the Soulsian nonsense has ever said why there's always a poison swamp, but there's always a poison area. I wonder if it's just because no matter your build, you know, a poisonous swamp makes babes of us all. Like, you can be the greatest, strongest knight in the most powerful armor, but, like, if you've got to go through that toxic sludge... Like, I wonder if it's like the Marlborough tentacles in Final Fantasy, in that it's supposed to be a commentary on something. Akira Zero, that would be very powerful, if I were a wizard. But I am not. I am a lunatic with dragon powers. We need a couple of... Actually, you know what? We'll keep the souls we've got. Go fight those crystalline bastards. Moose says he gave an interview recently where he said now he comes to the realization that he just likes poison swamps. Could be. But again, I guess ever since Yoko Taro's I Just Like Hot Girls, like... I love a creator that is prepared to lie in an interview for artistic intent. Oh, if you're unaware, the Marlborough tentacles in Final Fantasy are a commentary on not smoking. I know it's not a super clever point, but that's why their powers are like poison and they have awful stinky breath, you know. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. And I know I can't stank those Mother Hubbards out. Those buggers, you just got to hit them with impact, i.e. big sword. You know, that's what I get for not paying proper attention. Yep. I prefer it when I'm on the other side of that attack. Oh, and if you're not familiar with what the bloody hell I'm talking about, so Yokotaro, most known for the Nier series, but also a bunch of other games, when questioned as to why 2B in Nier Automata was dressed how they were, he was like, I just like pretty girls. I just like seeing pretty people. And everyone was like, alright, you perv. It turns out that no, if you actually play Nier Automata, the reason why the Your High units are all dressed like basically fetish models is for a very, very good reason. And it ends up... Aww. Sorry, dear, you can't have my runes. Because you're a deer. Deer can't do that. Actually, I wonder if glintstone... Maybe ice? I know that the magic doesn't do a lot to them, but... Sure. Oh, you fucking pokey bastard! You right. But it did feel good to hit them with some ice damage. Yeah, well, so Immortal then, I think the reason why no one speaks about Kane, I never, someone got me in the habit of saying Kanye, it's not. But the character from Nier, the problem is to understand her whole deal, you have to play through the game more than once, and a lot of people didn't realise that New Game Plus in Nier was part of the storytelling. See, in Nier Automata, it keeps talking about endings, but in actuality, it's one long story game played from different perspectives. And it's presented that each of these playthroughs is a different ending, but they're really not. Some of the endings are just jokes, but the rest are all part of like story cycles. You know, with OG Nier, you don't get Kane's story until third playthrough, I want to say. Because first playthrough is your standard playthrough, with all the sadness and turns. Second playthrough is the understanding playthrough. And then third playthrough is when you start seeing all the bits of like... I think you get a bit more of Camille... not Camille. Was it? Moon Mask Sad Boy. You get a bit more of his story in second playthrough. Because you can understand his sister. And then, yeah, Kane's is third playthrough. Yeah, Immortal then. And the thing is, because Kane's character is so overtly sexualized, but with a really, really, like, aggressive, violent temperament, people tend to get the wrong read. Okay, thank you, Legend. It's been fucking ages since I've done it. There's Kine, okay. Kine. Fucking bastards. You know what, I'm just gonna run in and just crush them. Fuck's sake! I'm trying to make clever points and fighting these dickheads. They have to die now, this is just out of spite. But yeah, no, thank you, Legend. Because here's the thing, like, I played through Nier back in the day, and one playthrough of Nier is not short. And the elements they have that are meta-narrative are so clever. And that's a lot of what I focused on my first playthrough. And it's not until you really get into the meat of it. But again, you really had to be a fucking nerd to do it. And there wasn't the same kind of, I don't know, art deconstruction around it. Vanderbeest, I don't know. With these buggers, their health bar isn't really a reflection of damage. Big honking great weapons crack them. So blunt weapons are best, but this big chunking greatsword gives them a how'd you do. But they don't stagger until they crack, and they take a huge amount of damage. I just haven't succeeded. I will say, I do want to play through Nier with all of you, as I think, like, we as a squad are one of the few groups that, you know, air quotes, get it, right? These guys aren't weak to lightning or anything, it's just fucking... It's just impact, isn't it? I'll give the glintstone a try, because I want to lure them out of this, like, improvised fucking tunnel anyway. I guess the Dragon Ice did sort of. Oh, you fucking bastard! You poked me in the bum! Mortal Led says, Nier on the PS3 is still cheap at 15, 361 is climbing up to 25. I know, it's just, there's an additional ending that's been added to the newer remastered that does a really, really good, well, that I hope does a better job of bringing all those elements together. God, I hate these crystal fucks. And that's worth playing, but unfortunately, the remaster is only Brother Nier, and Brother Nier's not, like, so creepy you need a content warning, but it doesn't... I still think Papa Nier is the better setup, you know what I mean? Sorry, for those of you who don't know, Nier back in the day was released on PS3 and 360. The difference was the character. On the PS3 version, you played as the brother of the character you are protecting throughout the game. And on the 360, you played as the dad. And personally, I think the dad worked better as a mechanic. Like, the levels to which he was going to protect his kid felt more genuine than the brother. I don't know. And yeah, Brother Nier makes a better analog to 9S, which is very true. But it's like, are we still just chatting? Well, I guess we have been talking a lot. Oh, you know what? Oh, whoopsie doodle. I guess we're just chatting while playing Elden Ring. I might leave it on this for a little bit, just so we don't get like, oh, have you seen the DLC? Look, there's a whole Muppet level. I just want to chat with you lot, so. Anyway. Yeah, the Brother Nier is a good analog for 9S, and I actually think they did a much better job with 9S in exploring that idea of that, like, jealous... the sibling that turns mean. I don't want to say jealous, because he's not jealous to start with, but 9S turns bitter. And Brother Nier felt almost a little, at times, disingenuous with how much he was like, oh, I'm going to do everything in my power to protect you. It's like, alright, see if madness magic works on these kids. Not even a lick. I can't drive them mad because they don't have a fucking brain. Before you ask, yes, I know Stinky Breath doesn't do anything. That was for me. Got no fucking wind up. Like, how am I... Dude's got me fucking ranged. That's what we're after. The shattering. Boosh! Uno. See? Stinky Breath. It might not have been the correct move, but it made me feel better. Big sword, big damage, big whammy. Let's go. Now to chug 3 potions and roll. Okay. So hold that thought, friends. Like, I do want to play through Nier with you all. I was thinking after we get done with this, but... I can't see that happening anytime soon. Get fucked, you crystalline bastard. Go to the fucking Shadow Realm, you Schwartzky piece of shit. Okay, here we go. But again, I know I've talked about this a lot, but, you know, I played all the Drakengard games. Drakengard 3 is still a stinky fart game. I'm sorry. I know I should love it, but I don't. Oh, okay, you've got extra distance on that. Ow! Oh, you absolute fucking Soul Calibur 4 rank state. Nier Auto Muppet. Alright. I'll admit we're playing Elden Ring. But I'm here to talk with you lot and hang out with you, old friend. You know, I hope you know this by now. The game is a vehicle for us. Alright? God, I hope those fuckers haven't respawned. Like 50k souls down there. But yeah, so I'm used to kind of like Yokotara's weirdness, and the fact that Drakengard is part of the same universe, I think is kind of fascinating. So I think technically Nier takes place before Drakengard, but I'd have to check the timelines. Don't have respawned. Yeah, I was pretty sure. Wait, Nier's after Drakengard. Okay. Oh, you fucking guys. You know what? Fuck you guys. I'll get my souls back. Alright? Never bullshit. Ow! Hiding down here. Not deal fucking wankies. Woo! Oh, this seems bad. Ah, beans. Ah, beans! Poppy, no! Poppy, no! Poppy, no! Now, Moose, that's the bit that I found didn't gel with me with Brother Nier, right? Because you're right. Brother Nier is a story of a boy essentially having to play parent to his sickly sister. And, I don't know, I understand that he's leaning into a very, very common trope in, like, anime and Japanese media, but I felt there was a level of disingenuousness to it. Whereas you can kind of understand the selflessness of Papa Nier, right? At least from what I played of the Brother Nier playthrough, at no point did it feel like he questioned. He wasn't ever mad about the fact that he'd lost his freedom, that he'd lost his agency. Huh. Well, thank you, Legend. I was always under the impression that Drakengard happened after Nier, but thank you. Wait, no. The Tokyo ending is from Drakengard 2, I want to say. Because I didn't finish Drakengard 3 because it was dog shit. And now I will not pretend that it's good. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck! Well, that's 50k souls gone. Piss! I guess, so Drakengard 3 is fine. I just like the characterization, and I disliked a lot of what was set up in the previous ones. I don't know. Hey, no. If you're having a good time with it, then fucking brilliant. I'm genuinely happy for you. Like, I'm not gonna argue why you shouldn't like a piece of art that's resonating with you. I mean, for fuck's sake, I like mole rats. You know? Unironically. Sorry, I didn't mean to be a dismissive no Ben there, you know? you know what? So we've done the Evergold. Just put a skull here. So I know there's a boss I haven't... Well, there's a fight I haven't won. I think we came through here, but I don't think we went any further down. Ah, beans. Now, there is something down there. Alright. Looks like we've actually got to make the fight. Okay, I just got to get fucking good. I'm so sick of fighting these crystalline fuckholes. I'm gonna find out where you all come from. I'm gonna wipe you out the source. I'm gonna exterminate all of you crystal fucks, and I'm gonna enjoy it. Booga! Okay, that was better than last time. It was better than last time. Anyway, just on the grand list of games that I'd love to stream for you all, Nier is definitely up there. But it's worth noting that Nier Automata is brilliant from the lessons learned from Nier, right? And I don't hold it to the same standard that I now do hold. You know, if you go back and play Drakengard, it's fine. Like, if you never heard of Drakengard, TLDR, it's Dynasty Warriors, but you have a dragon friend. But the hook of that world is that every dragon rider is someone who has signed a pact with a dragon. You must give up something of yourself to bind yourself to the dragon. And so, you know, it's got this real good kind of like bittersweet, you know, power in exchange for something. You know, the character that you play as in Drakengard gave up his voice because both he and his dragon were dying. But there had to be.
Don't they come from Camp Crystal Lake?
Oh, piss in a bin. Alright, I may have to come back here later, because I'm kind of enjoying the conversation, and I can either focus on Dragon Fight, or I can continue to talk to you lot. But, sorry, on Crystal Battle, but... Alright, so my first setup was correct. Because there's another path around this way, which I wonder if we should explore some more. Alright, whilst we're here. Oh, Vanderbeast, thank you for the bits, friend. I gotta admit, I do like the big emotes. I might, how much do we have big emotes set to at the moment? Because out of all the things they added for the power-ups function, it's actually the one I dislike the least. Unfortunately, I can't turn off any of the air quotes power-ups, so... I will admit, that does frustrate me a little bit. $50 bits. Well, maybe we'll change that down to... Maybe we'll change that down in the future. Anyway, jumping back. The thing about Drakengard was that it was a Dynasty Warriors-like game, like big pitch battles, lots of like hack and slashy, you know, light, heavy attack combos, things like that. Pretty good selection of weapons, but having your own dragon that you could summon to wreck the battlefield was fucking cool. It's definitely something that... what was it? Yeah, I see you. Cheeky plateau. Where the hell are you. Just here. Oh, weird. It was something that I feel that the Dragon Knight saga did very, very well. All right, Vanderbeest, like, thank you for your company and conversation. I have had my day is all the better for having spent it with all of you lot. Right, so thank you. Oh, I think this might be where we got shot out when we finished our wedding. But yeah, Dragon Guard was a fascinating one because it was a really good example of that, like, that small dev team creativity that was coming out of Japan during, like, the PS2 era, when most of the Japanese teams are pretty set. Like, they didn't have to worry too much about, you know, whether or not they'd have a job. But they had very, very constrained budgets, and so they came up with some really creative titles during that time. No, Angel Cleaner, go get the good sleep. Like, I'm always an opinion of, like, when it comes to sleep patterns, don't do as I do. You know? Oh wait, no, is this not how I got up here? Fight shit werewolves in the forest, but Nani? The fuck is this? Some creepy ass Zelda forest. Oh, okay, so we've kind of shortcutted without fighting Big Dog. I guess he's up that way. Alright, well, let's see what's in this fucking wizard tower. Right, what's the riddle? Seek 3 great wise beasts. Oh, we gotta find mystical turtles. Not you. We've got to find the glowing turtles, right? Not just regular turtles. Just heard. Good luck. That's alright, it gives us time to talk about stuff. Okay, so the reason I'm so obsessed with those, you know, with games like Drakengard and things like that, is, again, those weren't AAA budget games. You know, they were the kind of the weird, repeatable, affordable studio titles, you know. You can't really call them like Double I or any of those like wanky modern buzzwords. Behold! Dog! Where? Puffins? Puffins aren't dog. Oh, behold dog. Ah, beans. There was no dog! Alright, well, Angel Kalina, go get some sleep. Have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? I saw the the bloodstains of others, and I was like, okay, all right, this makes a weird kind of sense. But I was wrong. All right. But no, I feel that the PS2 era of the Japanese games industry is one really worth studying because so many teams were given massive amounts of creative freedom. They weren't given much in the way of budget, comparable to what we would see of like the next generation, right? Oh, that's the bit you all clip. You didn't clip my triple dragon murder. First time every time. Be wary of champion. Behold, dog. Wary of champion. Seek jumping. Raise the tunnel. I mean, it's not like I've got anything to lose, friends. Is this kind of sneaking us into the back of the dag fight? I know it's a dog. But what we need to do is find 3 magical dogs. Ah, but... You do it, FromSoft. Don't you do it. Okay. I wonder if I can sneak into the back of the area with the dag fight. Maybe see if there's anything to grab or slay. Okay. But no, the reason why I find these things fascinating to talk about now, especially games like, you know, Drakengard, and I guess to an extent Nier, is like, they're really good examples of smart dev teams making as much game as they can with the budget they have available, right? Ow! No such thing as a cheap win in Dark Souls! Pipe it, Poppy. I'm sorry, I used cheap tactics to win. Sorry. But I needed to get my goodies. And I didn't want to have to fight those crystal wankers ever again. Why is it this dumb? Wait, no, I need smithing stones. Why is that bad? First off, woof. Yeah, I'll approve that. Plus, I think there's a cave there? I'm seeing things. Oh, sorry. D&D was right. Gazebo is overpowered. Fucking you! Okay. No tunnel, just... So I mean, some smithing stones is good. Where the fuck are we gonna find these fucking turtles? Dragon Talion, sleep well, have a lovely rest of your evening, and seriously, thank you for the lurk. One day, Mr. The Twitch will have to acknowledge our brilliance. Not this day, but one day. But yeah, sorry I keep like half nattering on the topic. It's just, I am still amazed that there are so many what would be kind of considered like B and C tier games that came out of the Japanese games industry that really shaped me as a person. Like, I found out about the whole every dungeon is a different genre hook for Nier and fell in love with it. And then ultimately it was a story that shook me. Like, thematically, Nier's whole premise is unlike anything else. Right? And at the end of it, it really does have you fucking questioning, like, wait, am I the good guy? Am I the bad guy? Am I... It does it brilliantly. And, like, if you've not seen Nier, I'll try not to do anything, any, like, big narrative spoilers, you know what I mean? Could this be death? Still no precious item. Don't make me kill the toads. Sorry, oh, it's not in this weird little alcove, is it? They wouldn't. I'm not kidding, it's FromSoft, of course they fucking would. Nope. Played myself. Okay. Let's head back to the tower and see if we can find him. I might just be like, if anyone wants to point me to the right fucking turtles. Yeah, you know what, Moose? That is a very, very good point. Nier is structured in a way that you get a lot of game without having to create a lot of bespoke assets for more content. And it's something that Automata does so well as, like, you know, the concept of the looping ideas, how the endings aren't really endings at all, but it's the same kinds of enemies, the same environments. Like, it's really smart game development. And Nier is definitely that. As much as I'm saying, like, you know, every dungeon is a different genre, well, the way they do it is very clever. So, like, one genre is a sideways-on Prince of Persia style game. One is a top-down kind of Ikaruga style. That's the one that most people think of with Nier. Like, the sections that turn into bullet hell sections. But then, we have things like the text adventure Dream, which is still one of the best concepts. What it is that your character must do battle against the Dream Tree in a dream. And it's represented not as an action sequence, but literally as a text adventure. Fucking inspired. But there's also one section where they try and put the spoops on you, and it kind of works by rolling it into a Resident Evil style fixed camera. So even though it's late game and you're pretty beefcake and you can handle most things, the music, the structure, and the camera angles give you this tension inside this, like, well, mansion-like environment. Alright. Homies, please point me towards the turtles. I want to open up this tower. Where are the fucking turtles? Legend, welcome back. I thought you were going to bed. Not that I'm complaining, obviously, but... we're at this tower. I'm trying to find the mystical turtles. Okay, one is on a cliff near the tower. Okay. I haven't seen any tree turtles. But I'll go around the back of the tower, because that would make sense. lied to me once before. Don't think. Turn back. Where were you when I plummeted to my death? But yeah, so like, it's real easy to point and laugh at games like Dirge of Cerberus, you know, but I try and think about games like, what's it called, like 10,000 Bullets, which narratively is absolute nonsense dog shit, but experientially is like this, you know, what if we did Devil May Cry better than Devil May Cry? What if we took like the Hong Kong blood opera action style? Why is it always up high? I don't know. This is not a game series for people that have a fear of heights, that's for sure. Elden Ring does like its cliffs. It's a good way to keep players from being dingleberries. Kind of weird. Everybody else I see around here is also packing an Ultra Grey Sword. Just waiting for Patches to come and kick me in the back again. If I remember rightly, these guys don't show up until you get close to them, right? Okay. I mean, you all know one of my favourite game series is Way of the Samurai, and I still think about that game. I still think it deserves discussion and reference, you know, because for an example of games with looping multiple endings that make you want to keep playing them, holy shit, everybody else is still a wee babu compared to Way of the Samurai. Morlem says, what fucks up with the text adventure section is pretty much says that any text section might be an unreliable narrator, which has a huge implications for Nier Automata. Yo, seeing the fucking twins at the beginning of Nier Automata and going, you fuckos! It really felt like I was the unhinged person with a grudge against these two strangers. Okay, so Legend, we are here. We are by Altar South. I need to find 3 mystical turtles to open the pit up. Well, the tower up. Alrighty, Akira Zero has found the doggos. Well, the spirit key bastards. One is near the tower itself. Okay, let's head towards that one. And there's still the ghost tools. Fuck me, I can't even talk. There's still the ghost turtles, right? Like, I'm not... Because there are some regular turtles here, and... It's hanging on the side of a cliff. And we did do a little, like, cliff trundle. Do you have any more details? Like, how off the side of a cliff are we talking here? Because I'm seeing some things that look like speedrunner strats, you know what I'm saying? Should be next to the tower, off the side. Alright, let's have a look. Try not to trundle my arse right off. Okay. here. One slip and we go pancake. Direct west of the tower. Okay. We can do that. So other cliffside, we can do that. So one is in the eastern part of the area, south of the Lunar Estate ruins. Okay, so we really have to go on an adventure. Alright. Really gonna make us fucking work for it, aren't they? Going mad? Like, this is the western point. Oh yeah, no, and Immortal End, I entirely agree with you. The way that the twins are introduced in Nier Automata is perfect. Walking along the cliff, character right. Look down. So Morland says they played Automata first, then Nier Replicant, and it felt super surreal seeing both the twins and the library. Yup. As someone who played Nier then Automata, like I said, I saw them, I was like, you fucking bastards! You owe me! But without getting too much into it, they definitely paid the price by the end of everything. So one of them is like here, past the Lunar Estate ruins. It's hard to see the turtle because it's hiding sideways on the wall. And again, do you mean the wall of the tower? Oh, it's hiding on the cliff wall. Okay. Well, I have a feeling it's going to be around here somewhere. There's a lot of splat marks. Right? Walk. You magical bastard! Was not. I just wanted it to be it. I thought these bastards glowed and shit. It's very near the close spikes in the wall. It's everyone who's tried to fucking job it by throwing themselves off the side. So try and use your stinky breath to spell its hiding place. So it should be down, right? Alright. Stinky breath! Okay. Reload! It looks like mostly everybody else just throws themselves off the edge. Sorry, we can always reload. We got... We got enough potions, we got enough time. Yeah, alright, well let me reload. Sorry, by reload I mean like let me grab some more magic potions. Before my poor guy gets a fucking mana hangover. I like how I was going for the closest one because I thought it would be easy. What a fool I was. Okay, so we are here. The tower is here. You were saying due west, which is kind of here? I mean, I'll tell you what, if you want to throw the picture in arcade, I can have a quick look here. Due west of the northmost tower. So it's like... there, past that weird fucking real monsters looking tower set up. Sorry, bear with me just a second. It's decided to take 1,000,000 hours to try and find it. So, it's saying roughly there? From Legends 1. Sorry, turtles, but... Haha! I think I got it! Maybe. Don't judge me, alright? So confident. Jesus. Akira Zero, how fucking big is that screenshot? Okay. So I think I see the pointed edge. Is it further around from here? Okay. No. here further still. We'll see how much range Stinky Breath attacks got. Dog. Okay, so this is the point. Fucking gassing this whole place out. First time I've had to fumigate for fucking turtles. Excuse me. Fucking turtle. Oh, beans! That's what I get for taking my eye off the ball. Oh, okay, that would make sense. Hinder was saying we might have to activate the clue again. Seek the Wise 3. Oh, there you are, you bastard! Oh, fucking really? I got good news and I got bad news, you big bastard turtle. Get here, fork! Cartwheel down there, you wanker! Alright, that's one. Okay. So the next one is to the east. Are there any more around this way? We've obviously got to not rest or... Yeah, so Fred, we've got to kill 3 ghost turtles to open up this wizard tower. And let me tell you, it's not been going according to plan. Okay. South of the estate, near the Gowl. Alright, well I know where that is. Just set us a marker. Wait, south near the Gowl? The Gowl is north! No, it's, Fred, I am the true onion knight. My pickled onion breath will destroy all. Southeast of Gal. Okay. That's alright, I can... We handled the dag, so I'll just run past the crystalline wankers. Near the Gal where there's a springboard. Oh, shit, that bit! Oh, yeah, okay, I know where that is. Thank you. You all been very helpful and hanging out with me. So while I'm riding on to obvious victory and not certain death, so are there some games that you feel have been really... that you have learned a lot from, that aren't necessarily high quality games, you know what I mean? Like, Nier's on the edge of being, I wouldn't ever call it a shitpost, but it's a very cleverly developed game. Alright, Nier Automata was definitely the big budget. Okay. So here's the jumping pad. I guess we take the jumping pad and that takes us to wherever the fuck that guy is. Just give it a sec. Yeah, Nier was a good draft for something that became legendary and was a great stepping stone for somebody to learn storytelling in their craft, right? Like, I'd say Nier was the point where Yoko Taro stopped playing with themes and started working with them. Ha! Get fucked! Job's done. And you were saying that the next one is east past the Lunar Estate ruins. So like here? I'll give it a second. But are there some games, friends, that had a similar effect on yourself, you know? I know for a lot of people, things like the Stalker series was a big one, and... Shadow says they haven't seen people talk about the War of Monsters without going to look for it. Shadows, I'd actually have to look it up. Now, I'd say that for another one for me was Goemon or Goemon, or however you pronounce it, the Mystical Ninja on the N64. It's not a great game, but it kind of did the whole whimsical open world stuff. Kind of like, it felt like proto Yakuza. South of the ruins, so like here. So like, we were talking about this at the beginning of the stream, about how you can use the... I don't want to call it... I don't want to call it... Alright, turtle on a cliff. Oh. This should be quicker if we go up and round. I don't want to call it just straight up nostalgia, but trying to emulate how a game made you feel when you were a youngling, I think is a really good jumping off point for a project. Like, you're not just trying to evoke nostalgia in others, you know, you're not trying to, you know, plumb that well. What you're trying to do is you're trying to recreate a feeling. And I think that's valid. And so yeah, Goemon again. That was definitely one for me. And I've gone back and I've played it, and it's not as good as I remember. But that's okay, because if I tried to make a project that felt as good as I remember, I'm already batting higher, right? Huh. Kira Zero says they loved Goof Troop for being a puzzle-based Zelda-like. Yo. There was a Samurai Jack Metroidvania that I fucking loved. Oh, I officially have too much fruit. Alright. I see the turtles are here, so let's go check the side of the cliff. Go fucking fumigate some turtles. There you are, you big bastard! For a second there, I thought Fiona was talking to me. I just heard her stop it. It's about to be like, no, this big turtle earned it. Stinky Breather! Thank you for helping me out, friends. How the fuck do we get back? We just try and shimmy down the cliff, or that's a little too high for Torrent. Oh, that's a little too high, but oh no, we're good. We have to sell like a bunch of those because the that message.
Phew, if he had gone that way, he would have went straight for that castle.
I'm bathing, thank you. Oh yeah, no, so Shadows, that sounds fascinating and it sounds really inspiring. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and sell as many of those berries as possible, or make them into something. I do love the idea that somewhere in this game, or in a similar kind of game, you could do that whole thing from Labyrinth. It might be harder to do in this day and age with, like, you know, guides and social media. But yeah, the idea that all you had to do was just keep going straight. Well, I guess we had the one ending from Far Cry 4, where you just, Pagan Min says, sit there, and if you do, you have to wait for like 10-15 minutes, but then you get like a, I wouldn't call it a happy ending, but... We go through all of this and there's just like a discarded Burger King wrapper. My fucking luck. Okay, this is getting real eerie. It's getting real eerie. Something incredible ahead. Well done. It's just gonna be dumb. Oh shit! Ronnie's Dark Moon? The legendary sorcery symbolic of the Kharik Queen uses the caster as a vessel to incarnate a cold, dark moon, then sends it floating towards foes. The dark moon dispels all sorcery it touches and temporarily reduces magic damage, negation for those it strikes. We can hit people with the fucking moon? Fuck. Man, these wizards have been holding out on us. What are the Burger Kings are so fucking smug? Yeah, it brings brand new meaning to the concept of mooning people. Okay. But by my count, that's everything up here we can get done. So we defeated Astral of the Void. Shit, now I gotta remember what the fuck we were doing. Let's go... Let's go to the Table of Lost Grace, see if we can upgrade our shit. Queen Renalia has a similar death orb. Interesting. But it's not the whole ass fucking moon. Yeah, that's all it took to convince me to go full intelligence was the moon. Yo! Creepy lady with the fingers. I have killed so many things. Okay. Remembrance of the Natural Born. A strike flail of the bastard stars, or ash of war, wave of darkness. Usable on great axes, great hammers, great spears, and colossal weapons. That seems pretty cool. Grants an armament in the magic affinity in the following skill. Plunge the armament into the ground to release 3 waves of darkness. Follow up with a strong attack to swing the armament in a sweeping strike. Something tells me I can't use that, though. And this one, a flail which deals magic damage having been imbued with power by Remembrance of Astal. Formerly the same many-coloured star debris that comprised the form of the Natural Born of the Void. Fuck, that's cool. No more fancy pants of champions.
Now go forth.
Shush, you creepy old lady. We're gonna find some more bell hunters to do battle with. Can you upgrade my puppies? Always. actually, if I can sell him some...
Well, I took you no matter.
No, not dead. Oh, ashen one. Doopy-doo, apples and pears. Alright, where are the raw raisin ones? Frozen raisin. Let me guess. I can't sell him the thing I now have a squillion of, right? Of course I can't. That'd be far too easy. Oh, we just need a buttload of souls. Okay. Thankfully, I have just the thing. This is why I tend to keep these until, like, emergencies. Upbeat. Sorry, I meant to do the use selected number. Fred says, Will's so ageist. You know, if she was a creepy young lady, listen to her all day. Fred, I was into new metal and goth chicks for a large proportion of my life. I have spent more hours than you will ever know listening to creepy young ladies.
Lay out your arms.
Anyway, big sword get better. Big sword get better.
Greetings, are you here for...
Always. Alright, mimicked ash tears. Might as well. Like, it's pretty rare that we need, like, mimic will. But it's nice to have them around, you know? It's like, in case of emergency, me. Don't think there's anything else to be doing right now. Everybody else is either gone, dead, or dying. But no, there's just, friends, this just gives me a quick little chance to, one, nip the loo, but two, start working towards, I think we're still doing the assassinations. Right? I think that's still what we're working towards. We're doing pretty good about buying everybody's stuff. Emergency me. It's not bad. I think we can come up with a better one. But I did want to head to the Dragon Communion area, and then again, yeah, I think what we're working on at the moment is the assassinations, right? Because we came in through here, we went... Oh shit, no, we're working in the fucking capital, that was it. That was it. There we go. Yeah, because I was getting my arse handed to me around the capital. Then we decided to do one of the other areas. That led to Melina and getting married and all of that stuff. Did we get the bell from the Shack of the Plateau? I don't think we've had another bell-bearing battle in a while, so maybe not? And kill demons, feckin' right? Also, the opening view of the capital is gorgeous. Okay, so we can do the Plateau Bell battle, and then we can either work towards our last two assassination targets. Well, okay, it's going to be a while before we get that fucker. But we've got Vargrim inside the capital. And there's Bok at the entrance. We didn't work out how to get down into here by getting into the water area, but we've still got loads of time. Whatever the fuck that is. So much to this game. Selen's quest. You're talking about the volcanic manner of assassinations. This is why I'm so in love with this game, right? Is that every time we have one of these sessions, it feels like its own little adventure. Like, we've only been on this plateau all evening, and we've had boss fights, dragon slaying, and cool shit. So there's the mage and the rocket hat. I don't know if we've progressed that any further. Selen is a name I haven't heard in a long time, you know what I mean? You speak to me of old magic. Okay. So firstly, up on the plateau, which shack do we need to do battle? I'm assuming either the Hermit Merchant's shack. The Hermit Merchant's shack. Oh, say that 10 times fast. The Hermit Merchant shack. It should be it. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna take a pee break, get some water, hail hydrate, doing my absolute darndest not to drink tonight if possible. And then we'll fight the bell-bearing bull bag, or however we're saying it. Then, yeah, I guess we can do the Selen quest, or we can just head into fucking the capital. Like, head into town, get a few pints in, have a lager in it. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm saying. It's been a day. Okay, but where is Selen's quest? Like I said, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a second. But yeah, if after the ball-bearing battle we're doing Selen's quest, where is it? What are we doing? Let's get concise. Alright, I'll be back in a second. Okay, hello, hello. Greetings, I have returned. Nice try, Fred. Nice try. Okay. Right, you lovely Mother Hubbards. It is time to duel. Your ability, friends, to deify bizarre things in the Longship is second to none. The chair is on the chair. There's the fancy jacket on the chair. Okay, so this guy is here. We need nighttime. Okay, nighttime and teleport into the place. Okay. So we'll just hop on over here and hop back. And then up we hop. And we'll just gas out the heart with stinky breath, and then the rest is battle time. Okay. Come on, bastard. Okay, so he's not affected by stinky breath. I may be in big trouble. I feel like we've had this conversation. Fuck! You're right. They're not a pushover. I didn't expect them to be. I gotta... shake it off, you know, gotta shake it off. Sorry, Judic is saying, are we saying the chair is in truth the vessel of the jacket and Will is the vessel of the chair? This is what happens if I leave you lot alone for too long. Well, no, it's a legend. It's me being a dingus, because we know how to fight this guy. It's not stinky breath. You've just got to go on in, fight him, close the distance. Don't faff a boot. Don't try the weirdness. Splat him with anime bullshit. You know, get up in his fucking grill. Oh, come on! I think he got me that previous time as well. Just here for the champers. Licks the wall again. I still can't believe that happened. I think I was just so loony with the combination of like excitement from the Daytona 500 and just exhaustion from fucking life, the universe, and everything. That like, I think I kind of got the manic giggles about me. Sorry, if you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about. So, on Saturday, we had the Daytona 500. Basically, our latest Marbles on Stream adventure. It was feckin' glorious. And we had like 50 people join in. And as I didn't get to do like a big Pride thing this year, it was kind of the closest to my like, you know, Pride celebration. And it was really good. Like, we had a great time. And for me, like, the quintessential drink is obviously a mimosa when it comes to Pride and all that. Oh, come the fuck on! Sorry. I got mad. He's getting some fucking cheap hits on me. And do you see how much damage I'm doing to this guy? I just got caught on the fucking furniture. Anyway.
Divorce?
It is somewhat entertaining when, like, coming by here and seeing, like, just the sheer number of bloodstains around this tiny, lovely little merchant. But anyway, yeah, so Mimos being the quintessential drink of Pride, I got a huge 2-litre bottle of cheap champers. And once we hit kind of like, you know, the sun was over the yard arm, I was like, oh, I quite fancy a drink. I'm going to make myself a beverage. Half the bottle, like a metric litre of champers detonated all across the kitchen. And I'm still proud of myself because I managed to keep it from getting into the toaster and inside the air fryer. So at least I had some fucking sense. But it was everywhere. And all I could do was just laugh. Just fucking laugh manically. Oh, come on! Twatting frame advantage on me. Oh, thankfully, Legend, one of the great things about this apartment is really high ceilings. So it wasn't like I created like a rainforest cafe of, you know, cheap booze. Well, yes, Judicus, and thank you for the reminder. The thing was, if you weren't there, my plan had been I was going to open it on stream, you know, that's a real good, you know, race day kind of pastime. Pop a champagne bottle or a couple. If I'd opened it in here, it probably would have been like just like angry, sad tears. Just need to learn. I can't. Like, once I get him down like this, I can hit once, and then I have to back off. Camera, do you want to fucking... There we go! Medicine Peddler's ball bearing. Bell bearing, sorry. Love it! No, kicked his ass. Do. I just fucking won. I don't know, there's much left of those, Akira. Like, I hit that guy hard. I heard shattering. Okay. So, where to next? Well, okay, while you're looking as to where we're heading next, I'm going to go to the Cathedral of the Dragon. Because I don't know if the Void Beast or anything like that counts as a dragon slain. And you are right, Judica, it is Dragon Nads that I've been collecting. Full of goodness. So I've got 10. So we can get the better fire and better glint. And also the big roar. Can't quite cast big roar yet. So I should have gotten the Golden Vow spell. Hang on, let me check before I spend anything else. Golden Vow. Oh shit! I've got Briars of Sinworks. Golden Vow. Increases attack and defense for self and allies. I'll probably have to start working on Fate anyway. Grail's Roar. And we might as well get these. Nim 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 nim. Just quickly checking to see if I got any more dragony styles. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that it buffed the dags. I think that's probably worth having on rotation. So I'll drop. You know what? I'm going to keep Dragon Ice. Drop that one. Where was it? Increase attack and defense for self and allies. I mean, if we're going to have all this faith, we might as well can use it. It's honestly, Akira Zero, I wasn't going to bother, and then you said it buffs the dogs, and I'm like, yes, yes. I want puppies that are more fighty. Haha. That was that just keeled over. Thanks. Okay. So, did I not do the catacombs? Guess I didn't. And at some point we do have to go back for the warded catacombs, but that's not a today one. We might do that tomorrow when we've got like the squad together. Okay. So what's next up on our quests and our paths? Because otherwise it is just head into the capital. Because I don't think we got given a... I don't think we got given the ability to fight Big Bad Snake Dad yet. And Yul was saying we don't want to go through all of Volcano Manor, at least not like the lower regions yet. Because whatever the fuck this is here, we did not get to. That the goal was basically to hit our assassination target before we continue. There's so much map to go. Love this game. Bacon. No, I thought I updated the counter with the battles with the. Did I miss a couple? I thought I was staying on top of it when we were fighting the ball-bearing ball-bag bastard. I mean, Bacon, if I did miss some, I'll update the heck out of it. You do currently still hold the Yaldim, after all. Ooh. Now, for the cave by the moat, it's just a location. Oh, okay. Well, then we'll just... Alright, Bacon, I'll put 2 more on the counter then, because that sounds about right. Then, honestly, like, we'll just start hitting the capital and go from there. And, Jonas, you, nothing to apologise for. If you got a good nap in, I'm legit happy for you. So the cave under the moat is important. Okay. No one's told me how to get there. Because I tried finding the entrance to it last time. We ended up over this way. So it's the bell bearing for upgrade materials. Cool. Because we fought the fucking gargoyles on the main road, which was awesome. And yeah, we did make it up to the minor entry church. Okay. You teleport from the base of the staircase west of current position. Ah, roger that. And we will go from there. So those of you just joined us, Watto, and welcome, good evening, hello. Yes, we are streaming later than usual. This is, for lack of a better term, a self-indulgent kind of day. I've not been doing great mentally, and so I am just indulging in a game that I love and getting to chat with all of you lot, which I think is a good way to spend an afternoon. We will be playing some more of this tomorrow. Okay. Chonrus, I think I know what you mean, so let's go have a look. Oh, Dustin, night breakfast sounds real fucking good. Now, Beth's in Seattle is slowly opening up. Not quite late enough for like super negative breakfast, but getting there. Okay, let's get there. And yeah, to those of you who've joined us, we've been nattering about a lot of stuff today. We've been talking a lot about. Alright, I see you. We've been talking a lot about Nier and Yoko Taro's works. Predominantly about how, like, getting a lot of story in a small budget. And also how a lot of the ideas and concepts that were put forward in Nier got kind of mastered in Nier Automata. I think that's pretty cool. Alright, I've got to remember to use these later, but... time to have some fun! Oh, because if you haven't encountered it, friends, these creepy-ass eggs, they explode. Yes, indeed, Dustin, the conversation has spread near and far. Well, you know what, whatever's that way, we can head that way after. And one thing I was trying to get going was just talking about games that are of low budget but end up being of high impact, you know what I mean? Because I think it's something still worth discussing, you know? I say thank you all for showing me this trick. Basically, if you jam these eggs with poison, they become poisoned, and then the poison overwhelms them, causing them to explode, and poison the other nearby eggs, causing this great knock-on effect. Do I have an item tool called Margot Shackle? Let me have a look just after I'm done watching these explosions. Oh, that's inventory, so... Margot's Shackle. I don't think so. Oh, it would be the same tab as consumables. Okay. So we've got Wraith Calling Bell, Astral Head, Mimic's Veil, Blanchett's Blessing, Margot Shackle. Yes. Briefly blinds Margaret once imprisoned to Earth. Okay. I like the fact that poisoning one egg then poisons the other eggs, basically creating this, like, I don't know, MLM of poisoning nonsense. Okay, so when we step into the cave, use it. I'll showcase something very nice about it. Okay, we'll look around first. Alright, so go in the cave. Notice we still haven't seen Alexander. Okay, so I'm in the cave. Look around. Alright. Like, literally, Immortal Lead, every MLM. Just pure poison. Have a little rest. Now... Sorry. Use. Ooh. It's called a sealed tunnel. Okay. Attacking ahead. Door ahead. That's fucking useful. These guys are weak to stinky breath or not. Let's test it. You all should have gotten some fucking canaries. How are you still alive? Margin Walker. What ho and welcome. Hello, hello. Bloxtan, Dylan per music, and Margin Walker. What ho and welcome. We are having a glorious little self-indulgent evening of Elden Ring. So come on in, come on in. Mystic Malia, what ho and welcome. Hello, hello. How are you all doing, friends? Just as a quick FYI, we are so far away from the DLC. So if you're avoiding spoilers for DLC, if you're avoiding story beats, do not worry. We've been talking today about, predominantly like low-budget, influential video games, and it's been really fucking good. So yeah, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales! Mystic Malia, thank you kindly. If we've never met, my name is Will. I've worked in video games for over 10 years. These days I stream for a living and talk about video games. I know that's a shocking thing to hear. A person with my complexion who talks about video games on the internet. But it's true. It's true. Playing Ask will be very angry at villagers that didn't help defend the village. Well, we know how that song and dance ends. Oh, way cool. Well, so Mystic, not to overly pitch the stream at you the very moment you come on in, but especially on Friday evenings, we do have a few lovely individuals. Predominantly our friend Nessa, who has written for a whole ton of video games. We haven't had Zalavir on the show in a while, but that's because he doesn't seem to take a break anymore. More lenses, I don't believe it. Name 5 video games. Mega Man, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, Mega Man 4, and Mega Man 5. Something incredible ahead, alright. The Smithstone Mills Bell Bearing. Okay. But yeah, so our good friend Nessa, who is currently writing for Star Truckers and has done a whole bunch of other video game writing stuff, does frequent our Sea of Thieves streams on a Friday. So if you want to talk to somebody who actually does it, like, I'm more than happy to give you as much information on getting into the industry as I can, but like, Nessa's a fucking legend. Oh, Margin Walker, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I keep reading your username and thinking of that glorious game that came out recently, which I want to say it's called Bookwalker, but I think that's the service online. But the idea of people that delve into books to steal narrative, mystical objects. Right, secret passage ahead. Alright, I guess I already used the thing, which is why I have the path open, right? Okay. And yeah, Margin, I was also trash at Star Trucker. I'm not saying that there was more than one instance of me walking outside forgetting to put my spacesuit on. But if there was, if it had happened more than once, then I'd be very sorry. Oh, I'm in shit. I thought I was ambushing them, they ambushed me! Okay, that could have gone so much worse. Well, so yeah, so Mystic, then I'm absolutely happy to help introduce, especially anybody looking to get into the industry. It's fucking hard right now to get a foot in, and it's going to feel very impossible until it isn't. You know what I mean? Right now, video game jobs are real scarce on the ground. But do not let that discourage you. Huh. Well, I did not know that. The song reference. Okay. So here's the thing. I can see that there is a way down here. I can see that there is a fucking bastard. And that if I do this right, I can get that thing to crack that open. But I don't think that I want to. Oh. And remember, friends, there's no such thing as a cheap win in Dark Souls. Okay, well, genres, that's fascinating. I love little things like that, you know? Also, considering how much these things have bullied us in the past. Chase me! Chase me! Right, here the fuck I am. Come on. Come and get me. Oh, I thought I was fucked. I really thought I was fucked there. Whew. Yeah, you know what, Judica? I can't get mad if I say, come and get me! And it goes, bet. Oh. I mean, Mystic, that's a good way of doing it. Also, there's loads of ways in which, as a writer, you can get involved in smaller projects or create your own kind of experimental stuff. You know, that's why I think, like, Nessa and Zalavir are great people to talk to. It's just, like, Zalavir has done really good, and his predominant skill is being a writer first. You know, I tell you what, Mystic, if you want to look up a really interesting project to consider, have a look at Do Androids Pray. I think Zalavir did Do Androids Pray Blue, but there's also a red. And it is, for all intents and purposes, a visual novel. But it feels like an incredible cutscene in a much larger experience. You play an android manning a mech, and you and one of your opponents have both been downed. Your robots are inoperable. You are stranded, and all you have left is really comms and communication. And so it's kind of like Mech Pilot waiting for Godot, or Godot, or Godot, or however you want to say it. And it's fucking brilliant. And it's a great example of what you can do with just a writing-led project. Giant rump. Oh yeah, so, sorry, my knowledge of games as well as making them is ridiculous. No, 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 no! It's my spine. I needed that. Judica is Can Androids Pray? Okay, so there's Can Androids Pray, and there's Can Androids Deliver, which is the action-y follow-up. Yeah, so Morlen, there are two variants, which is fucking bastards! Sorry, everything starts exploding. And I believe it's a different individual that wrote the other perspective. But again, it's just a really good example of, you know, so you're a writer. What can you do? Well, it turns out, lots. And ultimately, being able to deliver first is one of the most powerful things you can do in games. So it's like, as soon as people know you can get it done, that's when people really start taking you seriously. And, you know, yes, the job market is brutal right now, but it won't always be. And when that shift begins to happen, you know, being the person with a really solid portfolio is going to put you ahead of everyone else. Yeah, so Judica, Can Androids Survive is the follow-up where you play the delivery bot. Can Androids Pray is the visual novel concept. And have I cleared this place? Shouldn't there be a boss or something trying to break my fucking knees right now? Yeah, and Margin Walker, the two different variants, I believe, are two different writers. And honestly, like, both are valid. I'm not saying the other writer is bad and Zalavir is perfect and has no flaws. Ah, there we go. Hang on. Can I use the boom shakalaka again? Anyway, sorry. I just realised you've come on in with a raid after a stream, have not asked for any of this unsolicited suggestions or advice. Sorry, it's been... I've been doing battle with brain spiders my own these last few weeks. So, you know, it's that natural urge of like, I shall help other people with their problems instead of fixing my own. Fuck you! All our food keeps blowing up! Luring me down a false tunnel. Oh, this isn't gonna be good. Oh, shit down my leg. Puppies, I need you. Alright, come on, puppies. Got shit to do. Puppy! Power! Don't worry, puppies! I'll kick his ass! Puppies get it done. Eek. More like enemy Chutoid, am I right? No, so Margin, like, thank you so much for bringing a raid in. Like, stop on by and have a natter somewhere, but thank you. Like, go get them good sleeps. One of us has to. Yeah, you know what, Immortal Len, I actually regret quoting Scrappy Doo, because he was definitely a narc. So this takes me back to the entrance. But what the fuck is this? Grace ahead. What the fuck? This is why this place was important. I cannot wait to find out what kind of horrific beast is locked within that door that's going to pummel the shit out of me. Welcome to Predator Rykard's Great Rune Tower. Alright, come on down! .5 on Yelp. I've had worse. It's tightly blocked shut. Alright, well, I guess I'm not cool enough. That's me, Bacon! I am the next contestant on What's Gonna Murder Me Next? Answers on a postcard. I have no respect for the rule of thirds. Big, shiny, fucking tree. Yeah, no, that's Splatsville. So, I guess, Chaunerus, once we've done the assassination missions, then we get to face Rykard. That makes sense. But yeah, again, so, Mystic, or anybody who has joined, if you've got any questions about games industry stuff or anything, please consider me a free resource. I fucking love talking about it. And, well, usually I'd be streaming a little earlier in the day. You know, I'm a free resource. This is what I'm here for, you know? Sorry, I just saw Chaunerus being like, do you think the Onyx Lord is weak to Holy? I mean, he's weak to Holy having his ass torn off by 3 dogs. I'm sorry, what's that? My lord, I couldn't hear you over you getting obliterated by my puppies. What? It's fine. For all the beatings I take from bosses, I feel no guilt. And also, let's get some fireworks going. So Legend, the upgrades are going well, I think. Oh, Blocks 10. Thank you, Connie, for the follow as well. This doesn't stop being funny. So yeah, I think if we now pop back to the tower, we hand in that bell, or bells, we should now be able to get some pretty decent upgrades. But yeah, I realise, friends, like, it's been a long time since we've been able to just, like, out and out help peeps, you know? I feel like right now, more than any other time in games industry, people have access to so many individuals with so much knowledge. Most of the people job hunting are just going out of their fucking minds. And I do believe that will change. I do believe things are going to get better. Like, and I'm not saying that from a naive standpoint, you know. I do think that the corporate bullshit can only continue for so long. Alright, so the smithing stone gets us up to smithing 4. And the ghost is... that's the upgrades for special, not for standard. Okay. Kakazu, you gotta love it when technology is in on the joke. But, sorry, all I was going to add at the end of that was that at the same time, you know, I'm still pretty lucky and I still have a pretty unique view of the games industry, and I want to share that knowledge, you know? You lot keep me alive, which means I don't have to gatekeep anything. And God, it breaks my heart to see... it breaks my heart that there are so many incredibly talented people right now looking for contract work, and there's just none to be had. You know? Actually, I can make those. Well, wait a second, I can make those. Because the thing I'm trying to instill, not directly in all of you, but to the people I'm talking to, is like, now is the time to make games.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit?
Like, dumb, messy, weird, messed up little games. Alright, so the lone wolves are up to 7. We need a grave glovewort 8 for that. And I think we just max upgraded, like, Invisible. Alright, Caffeine, have a lovely rest of your evening. Go get to sleep, friends. As always, one of us has to. I need 6 smithing stone 7s. Getting up there. Yeah, it. I don't know, Phyllis, you're all good, friend. You're all good. I know tonight was Seattle Indies, right? Or is that next week? I forget. And several Grave Global War 8s are at the capital. Love it, love it. It's the 3rd week of the month. I always thought it was earlier. Well, no worry. So feel as like you haven't missed too much. Honestly, we've just been kind of puttering around. It took me a while to get going today to get like, you know, up and running. So it's definitely been a therapy sword kind of day. And however, we are going to be going back to doing Elden Ring on Wednesdays. So the Longship is spoiling me and let me have a double header of a day on this because I've missed it, and it's like, again, I wouldn't describe this as cozy or a game that is comforting, but it's an environment that I feel at home in, and especially on days when there's brain spiders aplenty, something like Elden Ring is wonderful. It's the right amount of like a game that you can just kind of soak in. Well, no, Legend, you lot spoil me rotten, and I spoil our opponents with rotten breath. That's the math of it. Oh no! Well, Phyllis, I hope it all gets sorted, friend. That's a real thing. Sorry, I'm laughing as no one else to do. That's a real thing. Yes, Phyllis. This is a game that leaves little to no room for brain spiders, and in the same breath. Like, it's engaging, and it lets me have enough time to talk to you all, you know? What was it I was trying to play? Because I picked up a few games kicking about on the Steam sale, and I've just been picking up some old games. So I really enjoy Whisker Squadron, but I've gotten so good at Whisker Squadron that when I'm playing it, my brain wanders, and when that's a thing you're trying to avoid without drinking, it's difficult. What's the same with how was it, Bingle Bingle, which will be very good when I get the opportunity to get properly stuck into it. Okay, so we got another Hero's Grave Funhouse. Maybe we can tackle that tomorrow. But and yes, Legend, Neko Kami was another one that was really good, but wasn't quite. I have bemoaned bad tutorials. Neko Kami isn't bad tutorial, but I needed it to just let me do the thing. But the problem is with me, not with it. Does that make a weird sense? So, if you haven't seen it, so Neko Kami, it's on Steam. It's dwarf romantic with more puzzle elements and more story. Like, you work for Space Cats and you are helping with a colony you're helping colonize cool places. Also, I need to use up these fucking pots because I've had these kicking around and okay, sup, Bog?
Bok, the scene ready to make a... Oh, going so soon? Please do.
Kestrel says they spent so much time here in the capital. There's so much. Yeah, no, I do not think we're going to get everything cleared. Oh, Gear Graphic. Welcome to the city. It's fucking gorgeous. Sup, duders? Yeah, no, I haven't forgotten. Oh, shit. Do to your heart's content. No gear graphic, we have not gotten to the DLC. And again, just as an FYI for those of you who are just joining us, it's going to be a long time before we get to the DLC, so do not worry if you're Bastard. Do not worry if you are avoiding spoilers, do not worry if you are trying to... Where's that bubble wanker? Beat the Professor Burps out of this fucking nerd. That is a very obscure reference that will not translate. Thank you, Chaunerus. Look, I just made a Chessington World of Adventures joke at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday, so... Time for my music critique. Get fucked! The Will Overguard Power Hour. You guys are gross! You guys are gross and weird. Fire! Can't doot at me if you're on fire. A strip of white flesh. Hey, you know what? I'm the one who said we should start fires. Can't judge you there. Now, we did talk about this a lot the first time I came down here to the capital. About like the aesthetic differences between the capital and like Andalondo in previous games, and I still have this whole feeling, even though we've not explored it all, I don't know all of the story, that this capital really feels like the idea of just like unchecked decadence. You know, whatever happened between the siege and the people in here, it feels like this place has been left to rot, but not because everyone is dead, but because, I don't know, their ways are weird and strange. Kestrel says, have you got one of the big horns yet? Kestrel, I don't think you're allowed to ask me that on Twitch.television. Like... So it's a very personal question. It's got some very London-like tendencies. Oh, and again, friends, if you had the group password Longship, I can see your deaths. And you can see mine. Alright, maybe I'll indulge a singular doot. Oh, that's where I went. Okay. I was just looking over at the Twitch numbers, which, you know, I keep an eye on things. And by my reckoning, I mentioned Chessington World of Adventures, and 20 people logged off. But it's the thing about the capital that I pointed out last time, and I just want to mention once more before we continue, is how the serfs here, they are exhausted. They don't even have the energy to attack us. Like, the siege, whatever it is, has gone on so long. But the duters, and then the strange priests, the duters seem to be almost unaware of everything that's going on. They have this, like, obnoxious opulence about them. And the priests looking after them, the heavy fighters, they seem to be aware of the situation, but they're not alleviating it. They're not fixing it. They're just, you know, temporary solution. Like here, it's the difference between who's still going and who's not. Stinky breather! Don't judge me, it's easier than dealing with them. So, legend says from their perspective, it's less that the duters are opulent but religious fervor. Okay, I mean, that does make sense. You know, this siege has gone on so long, the only thing they're putting finances in is to, you know, religion. You know, the madness of praying when there is nothing else to do. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't phrase it like that, but more like hope through faith. I mean, that works. Hey, old bastard! You know what? I'm the one that critiqued his music, so... Oh, that was very nearly a double KO. But yeah, I mean, I find analysing how we tell stories with environment to be fascinating, and, you know, the Soulsian franchise has always been the gold standard for environmental storytelling. I don't see a lot of this as really any different. Come on. Come on, I know you know I'm here. No, they're not. Ha! Stinky breath wins. Flawless victory. Oh shit, that door opens? Cool. Stinky breath! No! Splat. God, I'm not even calling out anime bullshit. Sophila says, the Elden Ring is broken. The horn section you once called the Clarion of Beauty. The Clarion of Beauty of it continues to play the old ritual. Its lamented absence. Oh! The idea that even though the circle is broken, even though everything that once was is now gone, the duters can do naught but duting. I guess. I found the okay. Stinky breath! I gotta stop playing fast and fucking loose with this. I'm gonna get myself killed in a dumb way. But okay, no, that makes a lot more sense. Like, just because, again, you'll probably know better than I, but yeah, if this is the home, the seat of the Golden Order, then obviously it's going to be a religious city. A religious city trapped in an ongoing siege. I mean, what would they have left but, you know, the sparkled remnants of some long-forgotten hope? What do they have to cling to? I found that there's something odd in the way this place is simultaneously overgrown and preserved. You know, it almost feels like the servants have been just working themselves to death, desperately trying to maintain, like, even the false perception of some normality. And Legend, it's not that I disagree with you. I think that the siege went on so long that people hollowed out and forgot what was going on. It's why the forces out front fight, but in a weird and dislocated manner, you know? They're not actively trying to siege anymore. So fuck this guy. Yeah. I don't forget what you did to me last time, you piece of shit. Basically, I tried to do that same rush down. That guy interrupted me, and then Sir Fuckington there took it as a personal affront. Now here, as people have mentioned, this is where we get to start seeing how fucked up this is. I don't know if this is sealed from the inside or the outside, but this is a sealed section of this holy city. And I think, from what I have seen so far, the same madness we saw take hold in some of the outlands may have begun to take hold here. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Cold Ankle says that the attackers and the siege are gone, for it was Godric the Grafted who led that. Oh, so he's just fucking gone, so they're just out front, lost and disjointed. Yeah, it's so weird, Kestrel, that Sir Fuckington didn't get a chair at the round table. That's so weird! Wary of up. Ah, you little fucking wanker. I haven't had to deal with one of you shits in ages. Yeah, come on. Come down here, you little shit. Thanks, random person on the internet. Gargoyles, no joke. Wary of left, try rolling. Hadouken! Yeah. And Phil is like, I wholeheartedly agree. I think once I've experienced more of this game, I'll be able to talk with more authority on it. But it really is how it feels. A lot of the military groups are just acting on pure instinct, much like the Hollows in all of the Soulsian series. They're there, they're not there, but all they have is that duty that they were left with. And there's another one of the doors sealed up as well. Aww. I don't know, Verdant. You never struck me as the go hollow type. Greybeard, Watto, and welcome! And I like how we're getting the raids in. Now I'm at the part of the game where I'm winning, not the bit where I was getting my arse handed to me. Greybeard, how are you doing? How was your stream? Tell me your tales! Yeah, and Legend, I think we'll get into that once I have a better grasp of the story overall. Like, we know the Elden Ring was broken as this character, and we know a little at least. But then we also know that people have also been killed by varying death curses. Oh shit, way cool. So Greybeard was also playing Elden Ring, was at New Game +3. Go you! That sounds fucking cool. So Kestrel said, how did you do the tree sentinel at the door of the capital? Stinky breath and hard punching. I think that was it. I think it might have been... We're talking about, like, the armored warrior, right? Because he could basically flick me and end my life. But he couldn't handle stinky breath, I think. Or I believe I brought the dogs out for that one. Big guy on horse, yeah. I think he just couldn't handle stinky breath. Rot breath has been so powerful. Oh yeah, armored guy. Did I just jump and dodge? Was that it? I don't remember how we beat him. Oh, and that's fucking cool. Like Greybeard, we won't even be getting close to DLC for so long. So. Oh man, the worst fate in this whole town. Okay. So look, I've played enough fucking Souls games to know that walking down that path is surefire bad times. So I guess we go this way. Oh yeah, no, death by Muppet. And there's gotta be a fucking... There's gotta be a place to restock around here somewhere. Like with fire? Why? Area enemy. Oh. Bastards. But no, one of the things I do enjoy about these games is that because you know there's a certain amount of care put into the construction of these worlds and the things in them, it really feels like we as the player can delve deep, we can talk about, you know, the art and craft of it all. Doesn't seem like a shortcut. So I'll check this little building over here. But yeah, honestly, friends, I don't remember how we beat the tree sentinel. But I know that, like, he, at the beginning, just flicked me and unmade me. And I either brought out the dogs, or... Was it that I just hit him really, really hard? Oh yeah, no, that guy is fucking trouble. And yeah, no, I'll definitely accept some pointers towards next shortcut. No, definitely before I fight that guy. And so that guy is the way to the shortcut. Alright, well, he looks like he's about to kick the fuck out of me. Okay, sneak past, unlock, kick his ass. Okay. Stealth mode. If I had more mana, I'd just stinky breath him while he's not looking. Okay, shortcut, then time for strong foe. Nubba. Okay. Fucking wee! But yeah, so Greybeard. As I said, I hope your stream was fucking good. It sounds like you're having a glorious time. And I absolutely understand, like, why you'd want to do multiple playthroughs of this. They're back to Dootin. Well, and Greybeard, it's one of the things I've been pondering a lot. We don't need to go into the difficulty discussion tonight, because I know it's one you're probably all sick to the back teeth of hearing people yammering on about. But it is interesting that the only really truly challenging game in the lineup is still Sekiro. Everything else can be overcome by either grinding or friendship. Or grinding with friends. Wink. But you know what I mean. And I think that's actually one of the places where this shines, is that when you first start playing this, you know, the Soulsian series, you get slapped around. You get smacked about. But you find your feet, you learn to take it slow, to bank your souls. Then you start learning like what kind of play styles you enjoy. And with these, the more tools you have, the easier the game becomes. So that early game is the hardest, but it's kind of, it's the driving instructor. It's stopping you from driving a Lambo off a cliff. Like, Sekiro is the only one in that franchise that says you get no friends, you get no levels up, either get good or die, ninja. And so, like, that's why when it comes to the discussion of being, like, overpowered, or whether or not people choose to use things like the Mimic tier and stuff like that, like, I don't consider those to be overpowered techniques. Also, I'm absolutely going to rock red this guy super hard. Dude doesn't even know. Stinky breath! Ow! Alright. Alright, fucking calm down. Okay. Ah, fuck. Fuck! He's not dead! Oh, I'm about to be! Ow! Okay, look, listen, I know I said some things that I'm immediately regretting, but in my defense, sticky breath! Aha! Fell right into my totally intentional trap. Okay. Now, class, can anyone tell me what went wrong there? Yeah, no, Greybeard, I totally trapped him. He didn't trap me. Nah. Legend says, for them, the trouble with the skill flaw is they don't have the patience or the time to learn the patience. Still love the game and encourage folks to play them. Just have trouble doing it myself. I mean, that's entirely fine. I don't know if you saw my video on this. I mean, it was a TikTok video from ages back, but like, you can be a massive fan of a game that you don't have the patience or the, I shouldn't say patience, that you don't have the acclimation to play, right? So yes, I fought the mini-boss in tight quarters. It didn't work. It took lethal damage. That was ill-advised. And I didn't take the guy fucking seriously, which I should have done. I'm gonna go get my souls, have a rematch. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that I adore. I played a little bit, but I can't play it to the same level as some of you. But it's an incredible story generator, you know? And like I said, that's why you bring dickheads like me around, right? Take your numpty in a chair, throw him at games you wish to see but don't have the faculties to engage with. Because here's my skill. I'm a fucking stubborn asshole. Right? Oh, that goes through walls. Ow! It goes through walls! Beep! Beep! Little drinky poo. Okay, okay. Okay, listen. Listen! Yeah, get fucked on crockery. I meant to say garden furniture and crockery came out. These guys are jerks. But are we? Anyway, like, you know, the reason to keep dingleberries like me around is for situations like this. And I hope that, like, wanting to discuss the art, wanting to discuss why these games make us feel the way they do and why they're so fucking good, I hope that adds something. It's only 30k. I've lost more souls in stupider ways. Speaking of which, Sticky Presser!
They always fight the hand that feeds them.
Sorry, Akira Zero. I am embarrassed as to how long it took me to pass that. Thank you. Okay, yes, that was absolute overkill, but it was really fun. In my defense, it was very, very funny. Oh, sir, did you hear that noise? Oh, it sounded like some kind of monster. Oh, I don't think it was a monster, Derek. If it was a monster, we'd know about it. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't really paying attention. Oh, no! The stinky breath of death! Imp head corpse, what the fuck? Damn it, Derek, you had one fucking job. I can't believe you've done this. Wouldn't even bother getting up if I were you, mate. Just... I will say, of the FromSoft games, I think this is still the one that gives you the most tools for your toolset the earliest, right? Like... God, Legend, if I could make JRPGs awesome, I would definitely do Breath of Death and Cthulhu Saves the World. Okay, so we've got the bridge and continuation across that way, or we have the sandy parking. Should we head out across the bridge or over towards sandy parking? But yeah, the reason I mentioned like the toolbox is like there's so many fun things you get to play with super early on in Elden Ring, comparative to Dark Souls and stuff like that. Okay, so we got one for Sandy Pile, one for towards the bridge. 2 for Sand Hill. Alright. Sandy Parking. Alright. You left your glasses in the car, Verdant. You knew we were going to need them. Can't believe you left them in the car. Can't believe you've done this. Alright, we'll just hopefully you remember where we parked, right? Is this us here? Did we park here? Excuse me, sir. Is this my car? No, fuck. Is this my car? No, fuck. Ah, I can't resist it. Take it, brother! Hey, those fucking creatures bullied the shit out of us earlier. I'm allowed to cleave through them. Alright, we're in section B, okay. Just everybody keep an eye out for where we parked, alright? Although it is interesting that, like, obviously this is a part of the sieged area that got hit hard. You know, you can see from the beasts that are still roaming. But all these grand carriages and vehicles now left in sand and ill repair speaks volumes. And ultimately that's what this game does. Okay, well, Judica, it has been a lovely day. Like, thank you for the company and conversation. I mean, feck it. Thank you all for putting up with me when I'm being a sad numpty. Shit werewolf slayer. God, I love this sword. And this is why this is the therapy sword. I don't know. Again, it's real easy for me to sit here and say a lot of this stuff. Obviously, making games is incredibly complex. No! No! That's what I get for not paying attention. It's 450 deaths. What I was trying to say was, it's very easy for me to sit here and say, like, oh, like, imagine this incredible world building. You know, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of effort. Game development is always a resource game, right? You're always trying to get the most game out of your hours in a day without killing yourself, right? So I don't want to seem as if it's just dead easy to say, hey, game dev, just do an Elden Ring. You know, just have George R.R. Martin, like, come up with your world. But I do think there's some interesting ways when doing early world building that aren't drastically time-consuming but can really help later on. And I don't know if any of the early raids are still here. I was talking about, like, video game writing. And I understand it's a very basic thing to say out loud, but it is something that I don't hear discussed a lot. What is a day in the life of your world? Not from a player's perspective. The player is an agent of change. What is a day in the life in the capital? Now, it's probably not worth discussing what it's like now. Everyone has already lost hope. They've lost their minds. You know, what little they cling to is what little is left of the self. But before that, what was a day in this capital like? What did it look like before the siege? What did getting up in the morning and going through somebody's routine look like? And if you can create an environment that reflects that, then you win. Because at that point, users can look at your world and try and extrapolate, like, well, this is what this place is. You know, they can care about the world, and that care will be reflected by the game. You know, they can become invested in the very simple parts of this. It's like, one of the things I always ask people when they're making a game is, who is the player? But if you're making a game that is very heavily steeped in the world of X, whatever X may be, then what is it to live in that world? More lenses, they wonder how many friendly NPCs are in this city, if any. I'm not hopeful that we'll find a lot. You know, because it really does feel like this is a siege that's been going on for so long. But if there are, it will be fascinating. How's the pizza cutter? Because I find this area fascinating because we've seen the resources they put into guarding just one of these, right? Just one of these carriages. 2 huge hulking great big demon beasts. A complement of soldiers, a knight, sometimes 2. And here they are just in their fucking car park. So imagine the amount of people that would have been here to maintain all of this opulence. Like, Anor Londo is a city that makes wrong sense. Obviously, the Cathedral City in Bloodborne is perfect. Like, if you want to analyze a world from its architecture to understand the people, Bloodborne, perfect. I know we already did it. I'll talk about it until I go hoarse. Anor Londo is an impossible place, but it reflects the madness of the king, right? The king was a great king who ruled a great nation, and his children were all set to, like, you know, to continue his legacy. Then the kids got weird, and then he was like, well shit, I can't tap out, so I guess I gotta stick around. But as his fire dimmed, as his mind dimmed, he tried desperately to hang on to that. And you can imagine Anor Londo being castles built atop castles. You know, the people that live there, the people that work there, being given impossible demands. Like, put another cathedral on there. But, my lords, you know, that's not... Why would we need one on there? Just do it. And what are you going to say no to the guy that killed the fucking dragons? Like, no to a, basically, you know, so far as you're concerned, living god. So you build another castle on top of a castle. You know? And that's why you need unions. Thank you, Verdant Flow. Seize the means of productions. Don't let mad kings burn all your knight friends to sustain his infinite life. Those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. I did the same thing twice. Dice Goddess, there you go. We tried turning it off and on again. Cold Ankle says, go horse, like Ludwig. I mean, if we genuinely want to talk about Ludwig and people like that, you know, Bloodborne is always so fascinating because, like, everyone in Bloodborne set out to do good, except for everybody in Canehurst. They were just fucking rich vampire wankers. Especially Ludwig. And when you see what becomes of him, like, holy fuck. With this, I don't know the world well enough to comment. But this was, you know, we're walking through the ashes, right? In Dark Souls, we're walking through a place that has been long since, you know, abandoned to madness. What few people do have their wits about them are, you know, involved in their own strange machinations. Whereas, like, Bloodborne, you're there as the shit is going down. Anyway, this time I just need to make sure I get my souls. I cast Stinky Breath before he starts moving. Or see if I can summon my dogs. Yeah, you're right, Fred. Whatever it was I was saying about history, can't have been that important, otherwise I would have remembered it. Those who do not learn from history, something, something, something. Will Smith. Yeah, Phyllis. You know I agree with you 1000%. The bit insight in Bloodborne is still one of the smartest implementations of like a stat system that FromSoft has done. Now, I still don't know the ins and outs of a lot of the systems here, like how the different runes are supposed to apply, how acquiring them and then attuning them, what that means in terms of the story, you know what I mean? I understand statistically, but it doesn't feel like it has quite the same weight. And that's okay, it doesn't have to. Like, it's entirely okay to have a strength stat that is just strength, you know what I mean? But, as Felix was saying, Bloodborne's insight, like, how much of it is seeing the truth of the world and how much of it is the madness that comes with? Like, at what point can you stop trusting yourself? Because, you know, when you give old, what's his name? I want to say Crom, but it's not. Funky Moon Spider, when you kick him in the, in the go fuck yous, and we get to see the air quotes reality of it all. It's not better. It's much, much worse. Alright, so that gives us a little bit of freedom. Absolutely intended. Look, mate, if you're going to stay on the wall, I'm going to gas you out. You kicked my ass enough. I don't owe you a fair fight. Ah! Stinky breath. Yeah, not so fun getting bullied, is it? Big stinky monster. I gotta start using the perfume bowls. But yeah, so like when... God, how am I forgetting his name? Probably for sanity reasons. But yeah, when you beat up the Moon Spider, whether or not the Moon Spider is holding back the truth of things and that drives everybody even more loopy, or whether it was always that bad and Rom, thank you Hindle, and Rom was just keeping everybody kind of contained. Like, that's a fun discussion unto itself. I don't know Elden Ring as well as I know Bloodborne, so I can't speak with authority. Sporophic grease. Check. Pestilence wins. But I've just come to accept the fact that I'm basically playing as like Nurgle's dragon. But I'm definitely having a good time doing it. See, I feel bad about this. But like... what small statue was this creature was praying to? You know? We know from our smithing friend that these demi-humans aren't just mindless beasts, or at least not most of the time. Like, what was that place to them? Who was that to them? Ah, fuck sticks. Okay. That could have gone much worse. Oh, cool. Hope you like fire, dickhead! I said, I hope you like fire, dickhead. Look at these fuckos just buffing each other. Stinky breather! Owie. I have a great big feather sticking out of my leg. I am in extreme pain. Oh, okay. But here's the thing, I thought the demi-humans were part of the siege, not part of the defense. So that changes a lot, like... I guess these demi-humans worked for the Golden Order. And if so, then... are their families or ancestors buried here? Like, what is this graveyard? I think these are all the things that this style of level design does such a good job. You know. And I'm not saying that worlds have to be realistic, right? I'm not saying that, you know, the city can only have, you know, properly ordnanced sewer systems and, I don't know, fucking, you know, sensible architectural layouts, but to make it feel as if people could be there, you know. It always makes me laugh that in video games we have buildings full of gigantic air ducts that you can crawl through. Those don't exist in most places. And this seems like a bad idea. Leave her ahead. Leave her ahead. Shit down my leg. I'm out of magic, but I'm not out of options. Alright. And yeah, like, Kestrel, you're right. A lot of the lore is in the descriptions, and the items, and the weapons. But where they're placed, what we find out about the world from them, the very world itself is so well put together that we can infer that. It doesn't just seem like the fucking ramblings of some idiotic teenager. Oh shit, Adelondo, is that you? Running required ahead. Oh, I've fucked up, haven't I? You got a mate, have you? Has he got a crossbow for Christmas? Okay, this is either somewhere we go late game, or this is a great big boss that's going to kick the fuck out of me. So Jordan says, see that yellow mist? I do see that yellow mist. It's the you shall not pass gate. So I'm both in trouble and I can't go through there. Okay. Hey, no, this has been a nice little side distraction. We know we can come up there later whenever we have the MacGuffin of opening or what have you. well, you can tell me the secret on the statue next time we come on through there. Whoa, whoa, it's not unnecessary if we want to go on a little side mission. It's an adventure. I'm in no rush to finish this game. I would far rather us savor as much of it as possible, because just like with Bloodborne and stuff like that, you know, sure we can do New Game Plus, so we can play through with friendos, but once it's done, it's done. And Johnny, good morning. How's old Blighty? I made a Chessington Wild Adventures reference earlier, and no one got it because it was late. As I am a chocolate. Anyway, let me go either spend what we've got or rearm, and then we'll head across the bridge. Wet and miserable, that sounds glorious. Over here it has been uncomfortably hot, and honestly I'll trade you the old blighty weather. You can have a fucking 110 heat wave. Do a swapsy tradesies, how's that sound? It's a joke answer, it sounds terrible. Yeah, Johnny, we'll just do a swapsies for a week. You can have the impending Seattle heat wave, and we'll deal with old blighty style grey miserable. Though I will say, Seattle rain is not nearly as miserable as British rain, and I don't know a better way to describe it. Am I going to use the monkey's bar I keep talking about? Just keep it in the cupboard, you know? We already did the devil's bargain in Memnol, so I can't wait to see how that pays off, he said, sarcastically. Rakami, good morning, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Now, what I'd love to be able to do is find a way of doing a similar level of like environmental storytelling and environmental setup with more like more procedurally generated games. You know, I've been obsessed with 7 Days to Die, but sometimes the random drops in certain areas make it feel nonsensical. And I'd love to find a way to build story in those kinds of games without killing yourself in terms of making like bespoke environments. So Mortal Lenses, can you confirm? TikTok claimed that 75, the average US air conditioning, is considered a heat wave in the UK. Is it true? I saw that whole TikTok back and forth of nonsense. That isn't what we've considered a heat wave in the UK, but like the equivalent of like you can like when you start getting up to like 85, 90, that can be considered. And again, it's why it infuriates me they have those threads, because it's just rage bait, right? Like, oh, it's not as hot as over here. It's just someone trying to pick a fight. The thing we were talking about earlier is how like the UK has no infrastructure to protect you from heat, right? London is a miserable oven because there's no through air. Everything is designed to keep heat in, and it just cooks. Like you just have a bad. These puppies. Distract them for me, puppies. What? Stinky brother! All of my blood. He punched out all of my blood. Oh, my noggin! I need that. That's where the think good happens. My puppies, no! Jesus fucking Christ. There we go. So yeah. So I'm all in. We were talking about it earlier, and we talked about the difference between like dealing with heat in somewhere like Texas or Arizona and dealing with heat in somewhere like Seattle. Seattle is also a place that isn't designed to protect you from the heat. It's better than the UK, but it's not great. But also, you know, Texas completely shuts down when it gets snowed on because they don't have the infrastructure to handle that kind of cold. Deus, you're right, I could do that. However, if a tree falls in the woods and nobody knows that I kicked its ass, did I really win? Oh, thank the heavens. By the old gods and the new. So yeah. I think that's the thing I would say if you haven't been in the UK. It's like, there's no rest from it. There's no break. The example I use is that in the UK, there's no legal upper limit to how hot it can be in an environment, right? If it gets too cold, you can just fucking down tools, leave your job. They're not allowed to punish you for it. Like, they still have to pay you. If it gets too hot, tough titties. Like, the London Underground is dangerously warm because you can get stuck in there, and if you don't have, you know, if you don't have hydration and if you've worn the wrong clothes, you just get heat stroke. Like, people get really fucked up by that. You know what I mean? So yeah, so that's what I mean. It's just, but I saw the same TikTok thing that you were talking about, and I just blocked the guy who was trying to start it because he doesn't actually give a fuck. Like, he's not asking. You know, temperature and weather is one of those conversations British people can't leave alone. And the whole, like, you know, British people claiming that they have it much, much worse. Like, it's a dangling fish on a hook. Angelus, I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's definitely too heavy for this time of night. Well, so Rikami, yeah, the fact that UK schools shut down when there's proper snow is predominantly because no one fucking wants to go to work or do school, and British trains will set on fire if there is the wrong kind of snow. This is a well-documented phenomenon. Sticky brother! So you'll really want to try me? Maybe I should give myself an extra magic potion, because I'm definitely running out of magic more than I'm running out of health. But yeah, the concept of a British snow day is as much a failing of infrastructure as a, yo, if it doesn't work, we get a free day off. And who doesn't want a fucking, you know, free paid day off work? Oh, sorry, he was still alive, my mistake. Dice Goddess, the best possible reading is it's a delicious door covered in honey. More likely, they've sealed those up because of reasons, and my current theory... Huh, sorry, I thought somebody tried to jump out of this. My current theory is it's that madness we saw taking hold in the hills. Me! Fearless says they think it might be sealed with like a corpse whack, like we see on the gargoyles. That would make sense. I just keep thinking as to why they would seal them up, and it could just be because it's breached, but not here. But I don't know. But anyway, so to those of you in the UK waking up, hello, hello. I had a very bad case of brain spiders for a couple of days, so we didn't get started until very late today, and everyone has been very kind as letting me binge Elden Ring today and tomorrow. So, you know, I'm a happy little sword swinger. This is my emotional support sword. Yes, waking up. Hey, if you can't sleep, at least let me be your company. I think I don't see that. Cheeky bastard. Arr! Machines! Alright, I'll just let the stinky breath handle one guy. He just died from the roll. Alright, this is some wanky archer. Oh! Mip! Jesus Christ, that's not a fucking bow. It's a fucking lawn accessory. Oh no. Oh, I fucked up. If he'd been even a step further back, he would have put that thing right through my face. Jesus Christ, that's a full price purchase at Lowe's. Oh, Greybeard, go get some sleep, friend. And to be continued. And Angela's, tree resin would make sense, but from what we've seen, the question is why would they need to seal it, especially this far inside? And you notice the Golden Order, even in their semi-mindless state, is still guarding this area. Kind of makes you wonder, fucking why.
Will, am I going to have to make you a 6-foot-long foam broadsword as a therapeutic thing?
No, but thank you for the offer. I know you couldn't. Firstly, fucking ow. Ow! No more potions for Dave here. Davy drink thrower. So something tells me I need to grab whatever that is. Right there. That is something awesome. The problem is, I have a feeling that is what I'm supposed to do to lead me into a terrible trap. Oh, follow the giant spear with your camera. Alright. We got Wait, was that one of those weird little thrones that we've seen, like, the tall corpses on? Because if so, someone took fucking exception to whoever was there. Don't know if I can make that jump. Have a quick look around, I'm going to try it. And sorry, and Phyllis, thank you for the 200 bits, friend. Look, don't judge me. I do not have the kit to take that thing on right now. Okay? God, we might... Parkour, parkour! Wreck the face of Nerd Slinger. Diggy breath! And again, those priests aren't really a threat, but they get real close. And yes, Chonros, I did find the Site of Grace by the Tree Sentinel. I'm going to kind of see if I can fight our way back towards it. Alright, well that's definitely how we get down into the sewers. Something tells me I'm not quite ready for that. Sup, nerd. You didn't get to doot. I should feel bad for just splatting them both with the same move, and yet I don't. How's that stinky breath going for you? So it's 3 cheers, not fucking 5 cheers. There. Yeah, look at him with his fancy shield and his fancy gold lightning. So I thought he was going to do 3 cheers, hip hip hooray. He just kept hip hipping. And let me tell you, there was no hooray. No door for us. Anyway, friends, sorry, my previous bants on like the architecture of this place and what it's got going on, we might have to revisit that one another day. And again, I know you're all being very careful not to get too into spoilery territory, but in the same breath, I'm really excited to talk about all of this, to look at it all, you know? Like, From Software has had years to perfect the whole concept of, like, the grand capital. And, I don't know, I really fucking like it. God damn it, Deus. Thank you, Terra. The spoiler is the Elden Ring with the friends we made along the way. Also, you see how many? We need 69,000 to level up. It's nice. Okay, friends. So I think we've hit a good little stopping point. I mean, I've managed to do 6.5 hours, and honestly, if you'd seen me at like 10 o'clock this morning, you would not have thought I would have been able to stream today. So this has been fucking cool. I want to say thank you. No, God, that sounded so fucking contrite. I really mean it. Thank you. You know. I know I talked about stuff over on Discord in the Human Maintenance channel, but I really do mean it that, like, streaming's not the hard part of my day, right? Like, this isn't the thing that I have to fight to do, you know? Honestly, the only times when I'm unable to kind of stream is when everything else gets so far on top of me that I can't, you know? When I just reach that point where I just can't function. I don't want to go over the stuff I've already talked about in other places. It's just, you know, I don't know. I really do think about it every day. How lucky I am to do this, how lucky I am to have your company and your conversation, your patronage and all of your fucking brilliance, friends. You know, the fact that some of you have chosen me to be your strange avatar of adventure through Elden Ring. Like, holy fuck, do you get how big a compliment that is? And sometimes when I'm spiraling on other stuff, I feel that I've let you down. And I know that's stupid, right? That's just... You know, I am the chronic case of I do not give myself the same breaks that I would give all of you. I know, it's fucking dumb. But, you know, there's a lot going on outside of stream, and definitely yesterday I felt it all piling up on me. Yeah, I've got to get my shit ready with my accountant. I've got a laundry list of things, which includes literal laundry, and that's where I keep being like, you know, I'm just one guy. Just one guy. Anyway, I'm waffling on in strange elements. So we're going to be continuing this tomorrow. Again, we are so far away from being able to play DLC that you'll be safe for spoilers for weeks, if not months to come. So I hope you're coming by. Plus, if you want, we can do some of the crypts and catacombs. We have our own little, like, mini running of the numpties. I hope that sounds pretty good. Anyway, I don't know. I'm over-explaining myself and where I'm at. All I want to convey is just that when I say thank you, I really fucking mean it. So there we go. Well, Chaunerus, hopefully it's not bad, but obviously, you know, look after yourself first, friend. And yeah, Jonas, I'm gonna. Okay, so I'm gonna roll credits in just a second because you lot were really fucking generous. And then I'm gonna pass you over to Chorby because I think that's the vibe I got tonight. They're playing Samrost 3, which is a very, very interesting, very, very pretty point and click game. And like I said, I think that's the vibe I'm feeling. Thank you again for coming and hanging out for Operation Emotional Support Sword and all its adventures. And if I end up having an excess of energy this evening, then I will do something cool for YouTube or something. Who knows? But, regardless, I need to say my thank yous. Because... yeah. Oh, Mystic, you're entirely welcome. Like I said, I will do my best to introduce you to some cool writer folks. So to Bloxon, and I know Mystic Malia also followed. Thank you kindly, and I hope we get to banter in the future. To Caffeine, J Post, Legend of Morad, Meowkitty Sakura, Kestrel, Punspector, Verdant Flow, Farts McGee, Hintel, Lance Icarus, Navalis, Clan Crusher, The Artsy Poe, Elden Ring RC, Baron Sheep and Vanderbeest, whether you were gifting a sub like a criminal or celebrating the peak 69 months. Thank you, friends. To Akira Zero, J Post, Bacon Avenger, Lyris Dragon, Jamami, Legend, Some Numbers, Quasimoto, Vanderbeast, and Fearless, you all threw bits in. You tipped my dumb ass and means that I'll be able to keep going for another day. Fucking thank you. Your moderator today was not just Nightbot, but also Lizzie T. Powell, Rhymes and Moose, and Caffeine, and the trio of legendary raids from Margin Walker, Mega Ran, and Greybeard Davidson. Fucking thank you all. Cold ankles, I will not be acknowledging that. Anyway, so I'm going to pass you over to our good friend Chorby, who is currently just playing like a really a lovely surrealist point and click. If you haven't met Chorby before, I'm super happy that I'm going to get to introduce you, because it's going to be feckin' great. And yeah, as I said, tomorrow we'll be continuing with this. You can show me all the little hidden back street bars and best food places in Not Andalondo. It'd be great. You could take me on a little tour. Love it. It's going to be great. Love it. Yes. I mean, Dustin, that's the two offers I give you. You can go to sleep right now, or you can ponder your chorb. We've gone chorbing. Although I'll need to get the dags out real quick before anything else. Honestly, I think I'm just going to make myself a massive basket of cheesy fries. Is that allowed? Can I just do that as a person? Only time will tell. Alright, friends. I'll see you tomorrow for our Elden Ring doubleheader. Thank you so much for today. Have a fucking great rest of your evening, and to be continued! Pachow! One more pachow. Pachow!